Good morning. I'm looking first if we can, to the hearing team, if we can please elevate the court reporter to panelist.
Can you guys hear me all right?
I can hear you. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I sure am.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I will go ahead and get started with introductions. Good morning. It is August 18th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording to the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen of the AHO is with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to your next slide when you are giving your presentation. And of course, as usual, our attorneys may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit as needed for cross-examination. Where we left off, we will, as usual, take breaks today. We will take a morning break, lunch break, afternoon break, and a hard stop at 5 p.m., as is our usual practice. With that, I wanted to summarize where we were. We wrapped up last week with State Water Contractor's first panel of witnesses. We completed cross-exam of those witnesses, and my expectation today is that we will be picking up with panel 2 of State Water Contractor's witnesses. We received, I think, thank you to the protestants from coordinating. We received estimates of time for cross-exam when we broke last time. So I expect based on that estimate that we may get to our next, we may hear from Dr. Paulson and get that far today, depending on how quickly we move. I did note that I didn't get an estimate from Baykeeper or DTEC if those parties were planning to cross-exam today. So when we get started, I will ask for an estimate of time for cross of State Water Contractors Panel 2 witnesses if you're planning to cross. I just didn't see that on my list. With that, I will look to the room. Are there other procedural issues before we organize everyone and bring our witnesses in and get started with Panel 2? Please feel free to raise your hand. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris. Good morning, Ms. Morris. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning. And I was hoping we could elevate Mr. Butcher as well. We had a request we'd like to make regarding scheduling and
Certainly.
days.
Good morning, Mr. Butcher.
Good morning, Chris Butcher, Department of Water Resources. September 9th and 10th were originally hearing dates, and my understanding was they were removed for the Water Quality Control Plan hearing, but those dates no longer on that calendar. So we would respectfully request, while they still hopefully are available for everyone, that they be added back to our hearing date, since we know, given the number of witnesses and cross-examination, that we likely will need additional hearing dates back on the calendar.
Noted, thank you. And I will look to others to, I'm not going to make a decision right at this moment. I need to look at our internal calendar and make sure we didn't schedule over that. But if there are responses, I would welcome those this morning in our discussion. Anything else before I move to Ms. Tabor?
Yes, sorry, thank you. If those days for some reason are not available on your calendar, we also requested the 12th and we're available on the 12th, which would give us at least 2 days of that week. So that's also a possibility if the other days don't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if the hearing team will please elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning, Ms. Tabor. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, City of Stockton, Sacramento Area Sewer District, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. On today's schedule, Dr. Paulson is prepared to present her testimony if we get there, but based on the calculation, the numbers that I've heard of estimated cross time, I'm concerned it will be potentially too close and not enable her to finish before our hard stop at 5. I had the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition advised us over the weekend that they had approximately 60 minutes of cross-examination. So I was hoping Dr. Paulson is on call, but if we could make a decision at some point by the middle of the day, whether she would go or not, so she's not just sitting at her computer all day waiting, that would be very much appreciated.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, let's certainly talk about it before we break for lunch and see if we can come to a good estimate. And I wouldn't want Dr. Paulson. Can you remind me, Ms. Tabor, Dr. Paulson's estimate for her presentation of direct? It was fairly long.
90 minutes.
Yeah.
And we do have an opening statement as well that it's not long, but between authenticating her exhibits and presenting that, I would imagine we're pushing on to an hour and 45 minutes to present her direct.
Noted. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And it wouldn't make sense to start, especially given how long it will be before we return. I don't think it makes sense to me to start and then break in the middle. That would not be helpful to you. I don't think. So yes, let's talk about that before lunch.
Thank you.
If the hearing team would please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I believe some of the other protestants will probably have a comment about the hearing dates, but it does also interact with the discussion about the site visit dates, so I can kind of speak to it from that maybe, and maybe we'll circle back to it later today or now as you see fit. But I just wanted to update you that the protestants did have an initial discussion about adding some additional possible site visit days given some of the issues that we were having with scheduling the 12th and the 23rd. So personally, I don't have an issue with the 12th or potentially the 23rd being hearing days. We were going to suggest, and I haven't spoken with all the protestants, but I did send an email suggesting to the group that have been planning the site visit that because we had some issues with the Rosh Hashanah representation issues. Now, I don't know if I was thinking perhaps there would be protestants that would be willing to present their case in chief on that holiday. That even though we couldn't necessarily do a site tour on that day, that we could do presentation of case in chief on that day. For instance, I would be willing to present case in chief on that day, as that holiday does not implicate me. So that might, in response to the DWR suggestion of, trying to get hearing days, I would say, I know the 12th, there's a lot of parties that are very impacted, but, I don't personally have an objection to putting the 12th on there. The 23rd could be a possibility of getting that as a hearing day. I would say the 9th and 10th, I believe people have already made plans around that. And then in addition with the water board having those workshops and whatnot, and then the comments due on the 11th, that just seems somewhat unfair and really, could put a lot of protestants in a very difficult situation, and that seems unnecessary.
And Ms. Meserve, just to be clear, to make sure we're on the same page, my understanding is that, and I saw it, but I don't have the dates in my mind, is that the water board has now taken off calendar the workshop dates that were scheduled for that week and have moved out the deadline for comments on the Bay Delta Plan update, which is the basis for DWRs. But are there still things on calendar that I should be aware of that week? Or is this news, is this a news flash for you? I mean, I think it just happened on Friday, if I remember right.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the changes
Okay.
on the quality control plan. I do think that there are parties that made plans, for their, other hearings and appointments. So I guess I will check on that. I guess the one thing that I can say is that with respect to the site tour is that we did come up with a bunch more dates in October and November for potential site tour dates, and we're vetting those with the small group that on the protestant side. And so we intend to provide those to DWR and the hearing team shortly as soon as we can come up with a few more dates. So we would like to, get that settled in, but it does seem like the 12th and the 23rd aren't working. Well, we know the 12th doesn't work. And then the 23rd, like I said, because of the holiday, seemed very difficult. So we're working on some other dates and we're very committed to having a site visit, and we do think we can make it work. And we do have the means to get the buses and all that stuff. But so I just wanted to give you an update on that. And I think we are going to have to get, more hearing dates. So I'm not sure it needs to be, put in the middle of it. But I will check the calendar. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I appreciate that. All of that information and the work. I realize it's difficult to your work in finding appropriate dates for a site visit. If the hearing team would please elevate Mr. Reese.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to echo the comments from Ms. Meserve regarding the 9th and the 10th, particularly the 10th. I was aware of the change Friday afternoon or the Bay Delta program issues, but the 10th is Mr. Herrick and I are sort of dividing this, and we have definitely a problem. We rearranged things, and the 10th we have a hard problem that would make it that we relied on in terms of the schedule. Might be able to make the 9th work, but I just wanted to let you know that the 10th is a problem, and we relied on the 9th and 10th being off calendar.
Thank you. And then do you have any comments on the 23rd at this point, which I believe may conflict with Rosh Hashanah?
The 23rd is not a problem.
Okay.
So I had that down as a potential site visit day, but I may be off base.
I think we did, and then now we maybe not, but sort of partially. I think it was tentatively reserved. Thank you. Are there other comments? I think this is a good time to talk about, since we're talking about dates. I do need to kind of take a look at this and look at the AHO calendar. But it sounds like we likely need more hearing days on calendar, and whether if we can fit some in September, I think it would be helpful to keep us moving. And then we may need some additional in October as well. And we're getting to the point where it's probably time to schedule those so that we all can have some certainty. Well, we can return to this discussion, but is there anyone else who has any comment right now about dates or any other procedural issue before we move to State Water Contractors case in chief?
I guess hearing officer Kinsey, just one comment about trying to squeeze more things in September is we were ready to go last week. It was not convenient for DWR. I know I intend to continue to try to accommodate, and we all will need accommodation, but I just want to point out that we submitted our case in chief on time. We did not get an extension. We were ready to go last week. We had hearing dates taken off calendar because DWR was not able to go forward. In my opinion, that's what happened. So now this big push to put more hearing dates in an already crowded calendar does not seem appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. All right, with that, let's go ahead and if we can please elevate Mr. Krieger, who I'm sure we will need. And you raised your hand. Thank you. And then we can also work towards bringing up our witnesses. My understanding is we have Ms. Valerie Pryor, Mr. Craig Wallace, and Mr. Robert Chang. Good morning, Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
And was that list of the witnesses? Did I get that right?
I only heard part of it.
Oh,
Mr.
you were being elevated. Sorry. Yeah.
Mr. Chang, Mr. Wallace, and Ms. Pryor.
Great. Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me okay?
I am. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And do we have, I see we have Mr. Chang. If you would please, thank you. Come on camera, we can see you. And can we test your audio? Good morning, Mr. Chang.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Do you hear me?
It's here working just fine. Thank you. And Ms. Pryor, I see you're in the room. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning.
With that, thank you for being here. I will administer the oath. I believe I've decided the easiest way to do this is one by one. So I will start with Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace, if you would please raise your right hand and come off mute. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, if you would please come off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Pryor, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Krieger, I will look to you to present your second panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Ms. Pryor, I'd like to begin with you and ask you a few questions. Ms. Pryor, is SWC-200, which is identified as your written testimony, a true and correct copy of that testimony?
It is.
Do you have any revisions to your testimony?
I do not.
Is SWC-201 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
It is.
Is SWC-202 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
It is.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, turning to you. Is SWC-300, which is identified as your written testimony, a true and correct copy of that testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions to your testimony?
No.
Is SWC-301 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, turning to you. Is SWC-700, which is identified as your written testimony, a true and correct copy of that testimony?
It is.
Do you have any revisions to your testimony?
I do not.
Is SWC-701 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
It is.
Is SWC-702 a true and correct copy of your PowerPoint?
It is.
Thank you. With that, I'd ask if Ms. Mullen would please pull up Ms. Pryor's PowerPoint. We'll begin with Ms. Pryor at SWC-202. Ms. Pryor, when your PowerPoint is up and ready, will you please go ahead and summarize your testimony? Thank you.
It's a good morning and thank you for the opportunity to participate. Next slide, please. So an overview of my testimony is I will go over the Zone 7 service area, the services we provide, our state water project supplies, how the state water project is critical to managing for wet and dry periods, how the state water project is critical to maintaining a healthy groundwater basin, and the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. So the Zone 7 Water Agency, we are located in the Eastern Bay Area, and we are the wholesale potable water supplier to the cities of Livermore, Pleasanton, Dublin, and parts of San Ramon. And we refer to our area as the Tri-Valley area. In the Tri-Valley area, Zone 7 serves a population of 270,000 residents. The Tri-Valley has a total assessed property valuation of $343 billion, and it is one of the fastest growing areas in the San Francisco Bay Area and a thriving major economy. Next slide, please. So for Zone 7, we provide water quality, water supply, flood protection, groundwater management, and environmental benefit services within the entire service area. In addition to being the potable water supplier to retailers, we also provide untreated water supply to approximately 3,000 acres of agriculture. All of our imported water supplies are delivered through the Delta and the South Bay Aqueduct system. These imported supplies, they include our state water project supplies, but also if we purchase water or do water transfers, it is delivered through the state water project system. Next slide, please. So for Zone 7, the state water project comprises approximately 90% of our water supply. So of our total water supply, almost all of it comes from the state water project. Under our current contract, we are allocated just a bit more than 80,000 acre-feet of water per year, which is referred to as our Table A amount. On average, over the past 15 years, we've received slightly less than half of our Table A amount, about 39,000 acre-feet, and in dry years, the amount has been as low as 4,000 acre-feet. The remaining 10% of our water supply comes from rainfall runoff that is collected in Lake Del Valle. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, for Zone 7, 90% of our water supply is from the State Water Project. If you look at our Tri-Valley area as a whole, the total is 70% of the total water supply. So the 70% is imported from the State Water Project through the Delta, 30% is local supplies. That includes the 10% for Zone 7 of the local runoff, and it includes native groundwater and recycled water that are produced by our retail water agencies. Next slide, please. Our estimated build out at 2040 will require at least 68% reliability of the state water project deliveries to meet our demand. Our current state water project reliability is 53%. Since 2005, the exports through the Delta have decreased. As of now, state water project deliveries are currently forecasted to decrease to between 41 and 46% by 2043. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, our local retailers produce the native groundwater and recycled wastewater. The recycled wastewater comes from imported state water project supplies. And that is, you need a state water project water supply to become wastewater, which then gets recycled. As I mentioned earlier, our agricultural demands are met by 100% of untreated state water project water. The local groundwater in that region cannot be used for agricultural demands due to its boron content. So again, our agriculture deliveries are 100% untreated imported water. Our community has been very successful at recycling water, but it will be limited by increasing efficiency indoor water use. When indoor conservation goes up, recycled water availability goes down. Next slide, please. So the State Water Project is critical to managing for both wet and dry periods. The State Water Project supplies captured during wet periods are critical to managing our water supplies and saving them up for dry periods. When we have wet year State Water Project supplies that are not directly used by our Tri-Valley region, we store that wet year water in various storage programs locally and out of the area. Each source of stored State Water Project water plays an important role in how we manage our water supply in different water year types. Next slide, please. This chart is a comparison of a wet water year and a dry water year and how we meet our demands of State Water Project supplies. So the blue bar is 2023, which was a wet year, and that shows that we met 81% of our demands with a direct state water project allocation, about 4% from state water project carryover, which is wet year water that we'd stored previously, about 4% from our previously replenished groundwater, and that is groundwater that has been recharged by the state water project, and then 11% from our local runoff, our local water supply. In contrast, the pink bars show a dry year. We received no or used no direct state water project allocation. 11% of our supplies were state water project carryover from previous years. 43% of our supplies was previously replenished groundwater. So that was state water project that had been recharged into the groundwater basin. 33% was from stored state water project in non-local facilities, and then 13% from non-state water project water. So that would have been water transfers and runoff. So this illustrates, while it looks like a very different mix of supplies in a wet year and a dry year, the state water project is the source for both of those years. Next slide, please. The state water project is critical to maintaining a healthy groundwater basin in our area. There was significant groundwater overdraft from the 1920s to the early 1960s. And you can see from that graph how far down the basin was going. And then once we signed up for the state water project supply, we began artificially recharging our groundwater basin in 1962. Since then, we've achieved a sustainable operational range by supporting basin replenishment with state water project supplies. So the groundwater basin goes down a bit in dry years, but then it goes back up in wet years, all within an sustainable operational range. The basin has total storage of over 250,000 acre feet. We consider the operational storage volume to be 126,000 acre feet and emergency storage at 128,000 acre feet. Next slide, please. The state water project has been critical to us in managing our groundwater basin and also with managing PFAS. We have PFAS contamination in our groundwater basin, and that has forced us to rely more heavily on the surface water supplies from the state water project. So as we have dealt with PFAS, the state water project has been extremely beneficial to us. Our groundwater production normally makes up 10 to 12% of average demand and could make up approximately 40% of build-up demand if the basin is full. So we will need the state water project to help us maintain that. Next slide, please. The Delta Conveyance project will increase our state water project reliability. We expect that the Delta Conveyance project will help to stabilize long-term average water deliveries to Zone 7 by allowing DWR to take advantage of high flow events in wet years for use in dry years. This will affect our ability to use our crucial groundwater banking storage system. By 2070, state water project reliability for Zone 7 is expected to decrease by 22% without the Delta Conveyance project. With the Delta Conveyance project, that reliability decreases by only 7%. Next slide, please. The Delta Conveyance project will also be very helpful to Zone 7 by protecting against seismic disruptions. DWR has modeled seismic scenarios in which exports from the current Delta Conveyance facilities are unusable for several months. This is of significant risk to Zone 7 as almost all of our supplies are imported through the Delta and our service area is located upstream of San Luis Reservoir. Certain portions of our service area, including our Patterson Pass treatment plant, one of our 2 surface water treatment plants, are located upstream of any sizable surface water reservoir. So with a significant Delta outage, we would be very limited in how we could obtain our water. The Delta Conveyance project will provide vital redundancy to a system that Zone 7 is extremely dependent upon, mitigating the impacts from a potential catastrophic event on any single Delta Conveyance facility. And I believe this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. I'd like to turn next to Mr. Wallace to present his a summary of his testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Craig Wallace. I'm the State Water Project Manager for Kern County Water Agency, and also currently serving as the co-interim General Manager. Next slide, please. So for the summary of my testimony today, we'll talk about the agency itself, the importance of the State Water Project to the agency, the benefits of the Delta Conveyance Project, our financial investments in the Delta Conveyance Project, and then conclusion. Next slide, please. So a little bit about Kern County Water Agency. We are a public agency that was formed in 1961, and we are the local contracting entity for the State Water Project in Kern County. We distribute State Water Project water to, we have essentially 14 member units. We have 13 member units in our improvement district number 4 for agricultural, municipal, and industrial uses. We also engage in water management, water quality, flood control, conservation, and groundwater operations. Next slide, please. We have had a contract with the Department of Water Resources since 1963. The agency is the second largest State Water Project contractor by Table A allocation. We're approximately 25% of the annual allocation. If we receive 100% of our allocation, that is 982,730 acre feet. However, in a drier year of a 5% allocation, we would only receive 49,137 acre feet. Within Kern County, the State Water Project provides approximately 40% of the agency's surface water supply. And the State Water Project is integral to our water management decisions, including managing surplus and shortage conditions. We also support water education programs for the general public and students throughout Kern County. And the State Water Project enables the agency to meet our member unit demands at affordable rates. Next slide, please. As far as the Delta Conveyance Project goes, for the benefits, it is expected to offset the declining State Water Project deliveries and stabilize a long-term average water delivery for the agency. It's crucial for future water supply management and restoring DWR's ability to continue to deliver reliable State Water Project water, and provides a substantial water supply benefit by capturing more water in those wet years and diverting the high river flows. Next slide, please. For our financial investment in the Delta Conveyance Project, we have invested approximately $38.2 million in the initial Delta Conveyance planning through the 2025. We have invested an additional $34.2 million in 2 prior Delta Conveyance proposals. For 2026 and 2027, we have a commitment for $32.6 million in additional planning costs. And these investments are made to safeguard the State Water Project supplies due to the projected reductions in supplies, climate change, and regulatory restrictions. These investments highlight the importance of the Delta Conveyance Project to the agency's water supply and operations. And if the project becomes operational, it's anticipated to offer important water supply benefits to the agency. Next slide. So in conclusion, the State Water Project is vital for maintaining water reliability, security, and quality within Kern County. The DCP is critical to ensure the reliability and stability of State Water Project supplies, especially during dry years. Our financial commitments underscore the DCP's importance in securing a reliable long-term water supply for Kern County. And together, the State Water Project and Delta Conveyance Project are key to meeting our future water supply needs. And I believe that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And next will be Mr. Chang. Ms. Mullen, I believe Mr. Chang's PowerPoint is SWC-702.
Thank you, Officer Kinsey. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you a little bit of Coachella Valley Water District story as related to the Delta Conveyance Project. I am the Assistant General Manager for Coachella Valley Water District, where I've served for the last 12 years. Next, please. So for my testimony today, I'd like to follow this brief outline, provide a little history, an overview of our district, our water supplies, and then the various aspects of the State Water Project contract and allocations and the importance of the State Water Project to our district and water management. We do have some local tribal interests, and I'll share how that kind of how we provide water to them, and then finally wrapping up with the financial investments in State Water Project, and also the Conveyance Project, and then the benefits to our district. Next, please. So Coachella Valley Water District, or CVWD, we were formed in 1918 by voter election, and we're organized by these two laws that you see here, county law and I believe a state law. We cover about 1,000 square miles within 3 different counties in Southern California: Riverside, Imperial, and San Diego counties. We currently serve about 270,000 residents. We were initially formed to manage dwindling groundwater supplies and obtain imported water supplies. Currently, we perform various water service functions, including domestic / municipal water service, over 100,000 connections, irrigation water service that provides water to over 78,000 acres, agricultural drainage water, which drains out to the Salton Sea, domestic sewer service, wastewater treatment, stormwater protection, and groundwater recharge. So we are the one-stop shop for water services within the Coachella Valley. Next, please. I'd like to kind of discuss a little bit of our water supplies and kind of focusing on the non-state water project supplies first. The reason why Coachella Valley Water District was formed in the first place was the importation of Colorado River water. We, along with Metropolitan Water District, are the only 2 water districts within California that have supplies that originate with Colorado River and the State Water Project. We're a Section 5 contractor with the Secretary of the Interior for over 400,000 acre-feet of deliveries at Imperial Dam, and we convey this water to our service area through the All-American and the Coachella Canal for irrigation and groundwater recharge purposes. We do have some native groundwater, native runoff, which is served by the Whitewater River system, and we appropriate water for groundwater basin recharge for those purposes. Next, please. Our State Water Project supply is provided here. It's a crucial component of water supply. Although we are unique in the fact that we have no direct delivery to Coachella Valley, the State Water Project on the East Branch terminates at Lake Paris, and our service area is probably 30-something miles away further downstream from Lake Paris. So in order to maximize the facilities that have already been built, we entered into an exchange agreements with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, whereby we do a bucket for bucket exchange. So Metropolitan takes CVWD's State Water Project water and provides equivalent Colorado River water to our service area via its Colorado River aqueduct, which brushes up against one end of our service area. I think it's fair to say that for our municipal supplies, 100% of that water is served through groundwater pumping. So the State Water Project supply is used to provide for direct groundwater basin recharge at the Whitewater Recharge Facility, which is located on the western end of our service area. We do have a unique arrangement with Metropolitan whereby it's an accounting system called Advanced Delivery Agreement with Metropolitan. And what happens is it allows for additional water deliveries for CVWD's recharge during times when there's extra water either on the State Water Project system or on the Colorado River. And in exchange, we provide Metropolitan future credits, which is offset by Table A allocations. Next, please. CVWD's State Water Project contract was we were among one of the original State Water Project contractors. Our original contract was signed in March 29th, 1963, and the term runs to 2085 with the contract extension. This provides us the right to use state water project conveyance system and receive annual allocation based on availability, but we're obligated to pay fixed capital and operational costs regardless of water allocation. Our percentage is approximately 3.32% of state water project supply related costs and a portion of transportation costs for our 138,350 acre feet of Table A rights. Next, please. We, in addition to the normal Table A water, we also have the right to request surplus water allocation, for example, during Article 21 years when surplus is available. Again, similar to other agencies, our allocations can vary widely. During 100% allocation year, we get 138,350 acre feet. However, in a 5% year, as we kind of witnessed in the early 2020s, our allocation could drop to less than 7,000 acre feet in dry years. Next, please. The importance of state water project, the district and our water management is shown here. Our state water project supplies, again, is delivered via exchange. So we physically do not receive a drop of state water project water in our service area. That goes to Metropolitan. We receive an equivalent amount of Colorado River water. And our service area is broken up into two primary service regions. In the West Valley, there is no direct delivery of Colorado River water in that area. So we must use state water project based supplies to meet municipal demands. So this water, again, is used to replenish Coachella Valley's groundwater basin, which is critical to meeting municipal demands and then also Sustainable Groundwater Management Act compliance. The imported state water project water versus via exchange is stored in the aquifer during wet years and then again pulled out during dry years for use. And we've invested pretty significantly in local supplies and conservation to reduce reliance on imported water, namely turf conversion and also wastewater treatment so that we can turn it into recycled water. We rely on groundwater, recycled water, and imported water for these purposes. And reliable, high-quality state water project supplies are essential for meeting regional needs. And by this, what I mean is I consider the metropolitan service area, who are trading partners, to be the recipients of those benefits of the state water project supplies. Next, please. We have 5 federally recognized Indian tribes with reservations in the Coachella Valley. In the Upper Valley, we have Agua Caliente Reservation, and we recharge with Colorado River water that's exchanged, via state water project water. The users receive groundwater from CVWD and also Desert Water Agency for municipal and domestic services. The balance, the other 4 tribes, Torres, Martinez, Cabazon, 29 Palms, and Augustine, receive water in the lower valley, and we provide irrigation service with Colorado River water from Coachella Canal, and domestic water, again, comes from groundwater production. Next. So our financial investments in state water project and on DCP are shown here. To date, we've expended over $1 billion in actual money to support the operations of the state water project, and the payments, to DWR help fund the bond repayment, operations, maintenance, and replacement costs. We also are part owners in the state water project related expenditures for Paris Dam maintenance and improvements, along with Metropolitan and Desert Water Agency, and some of those projects are shown here. To date, we've expended over $13 million for planning and pre-construction efforts of the Delta Conveyance project. And again, similar to other agencies, we're considering additional funds for DCP planning and environmental review in a stepwise fashion. We have not gone as far as talked about what we're going to do for the construction phase past this initial planning and environmental review phase yet. Next. So the benefits of the DCP, again, to reiterate, and similar to other agencies, we're looking at the conveyance project to restore and protect the state water project delivery reliability against climate change, sea level rise, seismicity, and other risks. And we also expect to benefit from the DCP in other ways. We expect the variability in state water project supplies to increase as climate change occurs, where you get more precipitation in the form of rainfall. And while nobody really knows, what the future of this project is going to look like, we are keeping in mind the Delta Reform Act and the Reduced Reliance piece on Delta water supplies. The DCP will also assist in planning and managing water supply portfolio amidst climate change and also, the uncertainties on the Colorado River. And this will assist in compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And again, to close out, the DCP is critical in meeting CVWD's water supply needs now and going in the future. So with that, I think that's my last slide. Now I'll close.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
Thank you to all the witnesses. Our hearing officer Kenzie, the witnesses are now available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. And with that, I will look to the room. I'm not sure what order the protestants would prefer to go in. If there's a representative who's willing to let me know, that would be quite helpful. If we can, the hearing team would please elevate Ms. Safdie. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. So the protestants do have a tentative order. I believe that so DTEC will be going first on cross-examination with approximately 45 to 60 minutes. And it looks like I may have the rest of the order, but I might actually ask if we have an attorney with SOMAC, if Ellen or if we have Kelly or Ojan who are managing the rest of the list, if they want to come on and provide the remainder of the order.
Looks like Ms. Moskal has her hand raised, so if we could, the hearing team would please elevate Ms. Moskal. And thank you, Ms. Safdie.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Ellen Moskal for Sacramento County et al. We will be going second with about 15 to 20 minutes of cross-examination, followed by, I believe, San Joaquin County, CWIN, South Delta Water Agency, and Central Delta Water Agency, and then Deirdre Desjardins. Oh, actually, I believe I have one correction. I think that you can switch the order of South Delta and CWIN. So South Delta will be going first.
Great, understood. Thank you very much for that. And
No
I
problem.
believe with that, I will look to you, Ms. Safdie. Are you, I'm not sure if you're handling the cross here or if we have a student quite yet in line to handle the cross, but to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer. We do have two students who will be doing the cross-examinations. We've notified the hearings office that we have a substitution of student attorneys now that we're into the new semester. So if we could please elevate Donna Castro-Galindo and Tara Baer, who will be doing the cross for DTEC.
Thank you. And yes, please. And Ms. Baer, if you would please raise your hand, that would be helpful as well. Thank you. And to the hearing team, please elevate Ms. Castro-Galindo and Ms. Baer.
Hi, good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Thank you.
Good morning. When you're ready, you may ask your questions.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Dana Castro Galindo, and I am a student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic, appearing on behalf of the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, DTEC. I would like to begin by directing my questions towards Mr. Robert Cheng. Mr. Cheng, to begin, can you please confirm that you're the Assistant General Manager for Coachella Valley Water District?
I am.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask you some questions about your testimony that the State Water Project, SWP, is a crucial component of your district water supplies. Can you please confirm that your testimony states that, quote, "The State Water Project is a crucial component of the water supply for the Coachella Valley Water District," end quote, on paragraph 5, line 2 of your testimony?
Can we bring up the testimony so the witness can see it?
Yes, so if Ms. Mullen, if you would please bring up SWC 700.
Thank you.
Looks like page 2. Thank you.
Okay, to confirm, it's lines 2 and 3, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cheng, what percentage of the district's water supply comes from the State Water Project?
Maybe a question of clarification. With respect to timing, are you talking about contract for amounts? Are you talking about dry years or wet years? Because the numbers do vary.
On average, or if you could give me this most recent year, what percentage of the district's water supply came from the State Water Project?
I would say, okay, so the very last year, which was 2024, somewhere around 20 to 25%.
So the majority of the water supply for the district does not come from the State Water Project, correct?
The majority of the supply would be on the Colorado River side, correct?
Thank you. Mr. Cheng, as the Assistant General Manager for the CVWD, are you familiar with the 2020 Coachella Valley Regional Urban Water Management Plan?
I am aware of it.
Can we please pull up DTEC Exhibit 084? And can we please turn to PDF page 85 or section 4-34? My PDF pages might not be the same. I apologize.
Are you looking for 4.3.4? Do we need
Yes,
to go
please.
backwards? If Ms. Mullen, if you can try to.
I apologize. There were no set page numbers. So I think if we could scroll down, please.
And it looks like actually the page number is on the bottom. So this is one of these confusing documents. The page number is on the bottom of the page. So are you looking for 4-34?
Yes,
Maybe?
please.
All right. So we want to go four pages forward, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So I think it is you had the correct page. It just.
Okay, perfect. So Mr. Cheng, isn't it correct that the district's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan found that the district will have 100% of its average water supply even during year 5 of a 5-year drought, according to the Urban Water Management Plan?
I'm going to object, lacks foundation to the extent the witness testified that he was generally aware of this document.
Noted. Ms. Mullen, can you scroll down for me? I'm wondering, it sounds like this is a statistic that may be.
Right there, we scroll up, please.
I'm sorry.
4.7.4.
And is there a particular line that is the basis for your,
Sure. So where it says, I believe this whole section, so a new reporting requirement for the 2020 UWMP is a 5-year drought risk assessment. So the DRA is based on projections of demand and available supply for the next 5 years. It goes on to describe methodology. Based on the reliability analysis in section 4.7, the supply of groundwater is fully reliable under a 5-year drought, including consideration of historic droughts in the Coachella Valley and potential impacts of climate change.
I see. Thank you for grounding us there. If you would please just ask the question again to remind me and probably the witness.
Sure, of course. So Mr. Chang, based on the district's 2020 urban water management plan, isn't it correct that the district will still have 100% of its average water supply even during year 5 of a 5-year drought?
And I'll just interject that the objection is noted. To the extent you can answer, Mr. Chang, feel free to caveat based on your familiarity with this statement.
Thank you, hearing officer. Without reading more context on this, I really not in a great position to answer what time period they're talking about here. This is a 2020 plan, and we are right in the midst of updating this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chang. I'd now like to ask you some questions about the district's conservation and local water supply projects. If we could please pull up Mr. Chang's testimony, SWC 700 again, please. Thank you. Could we please scroll to paragraph 8, line 14? Mr. Chang, in paragraph 8, line 14, you state that CBWD has, quote, invested significantly in developing and managing local supplies, including employing conservation efforts, end quote, to reduce reliance on SWP imported water, correct?
Correct.
In lines 19 to 20 of the same paragraph 8, you state that CBWD has implemented a few conservation programs and efforts to conserve groundwater and canal water to help reduce reliance on imported supplies, correct?
Correct.
Could you please list some of these conservation programs?
Yes. So on the okay, so I'll just ask for a clarification. Are you looking for municipal or agricultural, or could you be a little bit more specific? So I'm making sure that I'm answering the right question.
Sure. So I'm asking on the programs that your testimony is based off of. So I suppose you can choose based off what you were referring to on your testimony.
Right. So on the municipal side, CVWD has invested in turf removal programs. And I believe we've invested tens of millions of dollars in that over the years. We've also invested in recycled water programs to convert wastewater or reclaim wastewater to be used as recycled water for irrigation purposes. On the canal water side, we have implemented on-farm conservation programs, basically ag fouling programs, in response to the situation on the Colorado River.
Thank you. In lines 20 to 23 of paragraph 8, you talk about CBWD's forecast regarding state water project water supplies, correct?
Correct.
And you state that the SWP supplies received via exchange will continue to make up nearly 100% of available water supplies needed in the SWP-dependent West Valley to meet municipal water service demand by 2085, correct?
Yes.
What are these forecasts based on?
these forecasts are based on our current legal documents for the use of Colorado River water in our service area. And to be clear, certain areas within the improvement district that CVWD has in our service area are allowed use of direct Colorado River water use, by our Section 5 contract from the Department of the Interior. Outside those service areas, the delivery of Colorado River under those agreements are not allowed. So we need to get that by exchange, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So did CBWD itself do any modeling to support these statements?
So maybe you point clarification. Are you speaking of the volumes, or are you speaking of the legal aspect?
I'm speaking on the forecast regarding state water project water supplies.
We have employed a consultant to help us with our forecasting.
And in this forecasting, are you assuming that the DCP would allow water supply deliveries from the SWP to go up?
I'm sorry, vague as to go up?
Ms. Galindo, I want to get this right. Hold on, excuse me. Castro Galindo, thank you. I wanted to use your full name. Are you asking Mr. Cheng whether the forecasting efforts were reflected that there would be an increase in delivery of state water project water in the future?
That's correct.
All right, to you, Mr. Cheng.
Thank you, hearing officer. Okay, so your question is, would there be an increase in the state water project water going up to the whitewater spreading grounds?
So I can rephrase. So in this modeling, are you assuming that the DCP would allow for an increase in conveyance amounts in wet years?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what the comparison is to increase. What time frame?
I think that's fair. Ms. Castro Galindo, what is your baseline here that we're asking about?
So I'm asking over historic amounts.
A historic average
And-
or a maximum?
Yeah, historic averages.
With the same objection, the historic averages have changed over time.
Okay, I can continue on to my next question. So, Mr. Cheng, in lines 23 to 25 of paragraph 8, you state that, quote, the local supply, conservation, storage, and water management investments have and will continue to allow CBWD to reduce its future reliance on imported state water project supplies, end quote, correct?
Correct.
And what modeling are these projections based on?
So this, the basis for this statement actually still comes from the consultant report, where during dry years, our groundwater basin, the investments that we made in these projects will allow our groundwater basin to, provide those brief periods when the state water project supplies are being impacted. But again, for the long term, our groundwater basin does still continue to rely on imported water supplies, but it becomes a matter of timing.
Mr. Cheng, have you introduced this consultant report into your testimony?
I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Cheng, are you aware that population growth in the area CBWD services has remained relatively stable since 2010?
Objection lacks foundation.
That's fair. Ms. Castro Galindo, do you have a reference to
Sure. Can we please pull up DTEC Exhibit 085?
thank you.
And I believe we had originally a mislabeling with two exhibits. I'm not sure if that was corrected, but if so, we're
I
looking
see.
for the one that says 2010 to 2020, please.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. We will track this down.
Thank you. If we could please, 1 second while I navigate, please.
Do we need to go to I don't know if there's a cover page or
Sure, we can
what this
use the
document
cover
is?
page
Thank you.
for context. So if we could please click about the data. So we will see that this is data from the California Department of Finance Demographic Research Unit, Report E4, Population Estimates for Cities, Counties in the State, from 2011 to 2020 with a 2010 benchmark.
Thank you. And I think then we can go to the specific
Yes,
line
thank
you were
you.
looking for.
So if we could please go to tab 1, table 1, I believe. And I think it would be easiest if we could Command F Coachella, please.
Is
My apologies, table 2. Thank you. I think that will make it easier to see.
and there we are.
Perfect. Thank you for bearing with the technical difficulties. So Mr. Cheng, based on this data, can you please confirm that in 2010, the Coachella's population was 40,704?
So objection lacks foundation. The witness hasn't testified he's familiar with any of this. And also, Coachella is a city within the Coachella Valley. They're not the same thing. So I'm unclear as to what is actually being asked in terms of population.
I'm aware that Coachella is a city, thank you, but it's part of the area that CBWD services.
So I'll allow the question with respect to this document, which I understand that, Mr. Cheng has not indicated whether or not he's seen this document before or what the data is in particular. But with respect to the statement in this document for the line 411 that says Coachella, Mr. Cheng, do you see that it's the first line there states 40,704?
I see it.
And Mr. Cheng, are you familiar with this data?
Not in detail. I'm not.
Are you vaguely familiar with the population trends in the cities that CBWD services?
Objection is vaguely familiar.
Calls for speculation.
Well, Ms. Castro Galindo, can you try the question again?
Sure.
A little more specifically. Thank you.
So, Mr. Cheng, are you aware of population trends in the service area that CBWD services?
Vague as the time period.
I think I'll allow this general question, Mr. Cheng.
I'm generally aware on a high level.
Okay. So, Mr. Cheng, would you agree that population has remained relatively stable in the area that CBWD services since 2010?
May I ask, relatively stable in terms of percentages? Are you talking about 1%, 5%, 10%? It's relatively stable is a relatively ambiguous term in my mind.
Sure. So, let's say under within the 10% or under range.
I don't know the exact percentages. Again,
Mr. Cheng, how would you characterize population trends in the area that CBWD services in the last 10 years?
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Overruled. If you have an opinion, Mr. Cheng.
I would say it's growing slowly.
Okay, thank you. Can we please pull up DTAG Exhibit 086 now? And this will be the one labeled 2024 and 2025. And could we please then go to about the data so we get some context?
Sometimes our state issued computers are
I
challenged
know.
by large Excel documents, so let's give us a moment to see if we unfreeze here.
Great, thank you. So, as we can see, this is the California Department of Finance Demographic Research Unit report E1 and E1H regarding population and housing estimates for cities, counties in the state from January 1st, 2024 to 2025. Could we please go to the table E1 City County 2025? Thank you. And could we please again look for Coachella?
This is going to be my lack of recollection of Southern California geography. What county are we looking for?
Riverside County, please.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, there we are. I think we just passed it. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. Mr. Cheng, based on this data from the Department of Finance, can you please confirm whether the population increase from 2024 to 2025 in Coachella was 0.8% increased?
I can see the data. Yes.
Perfect, thank you. Can we now please pull up DTEC Exhibit 084? And can we please go to PDF page 104, I believe, or the exact page number would be 5-7.
Does this look familiar? Can you tell?
Could we scroll a little bit more down? Perfect, yes.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So this is coming from the Coachella Valley Water District's regional urban management plan from 2020, as we had previously stated. Mr. Chang, according to the 2020 Regional Urban Management Plan, which utilizes DWR's population tool to make its estimates, CBWD projected the population in Coachella City alone would grow from 45,522 in 2020 to 66,478 in 2025, a population increase of 46%, correct?
This still lacks foundation.
Mr. Chang, if to the extent you are familiar with this document and have an opinion as to that.
I see the numbers.
Can you confirm that that's what the numbers state, please?
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Right,
Mr. Chang.
Right, I see the numbers. The 45,000 number and the 66,000 number. I not that quick on my head on terms of the percentage increase. So, if that's what the question is.
No worries. We don't need to speak on the percentage increase, but we can speak on the increase from 45,522 to 66,478.
Right,
Okay.
I see it.
Thank you. Mr. Cheng, based on these statistics, would you agree that CBWD's Regional Urban Management Plan, which relies on DWR's population tool, grossly overestimated Coachella City's population increases from 2020 to 2025 when compared to the California Department of Finance estimates?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Joined.
I'm sorry, Mr. Krieger, what was that? Was that a
Joined and
Joined.
vague as to grossly overestimated.
Let's see. Ms. Castro Galindo, can you ask that question again? I'm not sure. Grossly overestimated may not get you the answer, may not get you a clear answer. So I suggest that can you be more less
Yes, of course.
than that? Thank you.
So, Mr. Cheng, based on these statistics, would you agree that CBWD's Regional Urban Management Plan, which relies on DWR's population tool, overestimated Coachella City's population increases from 2020 to 2025 when compared to the California Department of Finance estimates?
Now, objection again lacks foundation regarding the tools and what was used to calculate this. The witness has already said that he's unaware of it and has testified that he sees the numbers.
I'm going to jump in here just to see if I can, hopefully this will help. But Mr. Cheng, do you have any knowledge or understanding as to whether this number for 2025 in table 5-3 of 66,478 is accurate?
Hearing officer, I do not.
And then my understanding is you are not particularly familiar with the I believe it was Department of Finance table that we previously were viewing up on the screen for 2024 and 2025. Is that correct?
That's a correct statement.
With that, I think I'll hand it back to you, Ms. Castro Galindo, but I'm not sure we're going to get very far given Mr. Cheng seems to have limited knowledge as to these particular figures, but I will leave it to you.
Okay, thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. So we can go on to the next point. So, Mr. Cheng, what is the estimated per capita urban water use in the district, also known as gallons per capita per day?
I don't have the exact number.
Could we please scroll to PDF page 70 section 4-19 of this exhibit. And in the table, Mr. Cheng, would you agree that table 4-14 states that the estimated per capita urban water usage is 331 gallons per capita per day in 2020?
I can see that on the table, yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Cheng, are you aware that, as stated on CBWD's website, there are currently 106 golf courses within CBWD's service boundaries?
Calls for speculation.
Whether or not you're aware, Mr. Cheng, go ahead, please.
I'm not aware of the exact number, but
Is that the end, Mr.? We don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Cheng. Was there a follow-on on the butt?
I think it is on our website. I can't confirm the number. Should have been my answer.
Could we please pull up DTEC Exhibit 087? And could we please scroll down a bit? I apologize, I don't believe there's page numbers. Could we continue scrolling? And can we please stop under the golf courses heading? Mr. Cheng, based on this exhibit, do you agree that the exhibit says that the Coachella Valley has over 120 golf courses, 106 which are within CBWD's service boundaries?
Lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Yes, I see it.
Thank you. And can you confirm that based on this document, the average golf course uses between 800 to 1,000 acre feet of water per year?
I can confirm I see that statement on this. Yes.
In your opinion, as the Assistant General Manager for CBWD, would you agree that there is potential to further conserve water in the district?
I would agree that there are potentials. Yes.
Thank you. Could we now please go back to Mr. Cheng's testimony, SOEC 700? And can we please go to paragraph 12, lines 4 to 5? Mr. Cheng, your testimony mentions that the district will continue to reduce reliance on Delta water supplies, correct?
Yes.
Does this mean that the district is prepared to take less water from the Delta in the future?
Vague as to prepared.
What do you mean by that, Ms. Castro Galindo?
Does this mean that the district is planning to take less water from the Delta in the future?
And calls for speculation.
Overruled.
So our district, like many other districts, makes use of Department of Water Resources Delivery Capability Report as the foundation for our planning. So I believe in the last iteration, the delivery capability report, indicates that whether we're planning on taking less water or not, it will happen without any subsequent actions.
Mr. Chang, I'd now like to move on to paragraph 10 of your testimony, where you talk about several of the federally recognized tribes in the area of the district. In paragraph 10, you testify that the DCP, actually, I'm gonna scratch that, please. Begin elsewhere. Mr. Chang, are you familiar with the recent lawsuit between the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, the Coachella Valley Water District, and the Desert Water Agency?
I am familiar with it, yes.
Are you aware that the settlement reiterates that the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians' water rights carry priority dates, placing them at the head of line for water?
Calls for a legal conclusion. It lacks foundation.
I'm trying to think of how to deal. Noting that you are not an attorney and not testifying with respect to any legal conclusion, Mr. Chang, do you have an opinion about that statement?
Thank you, hearing officer. I believe the only statement I can make on that front is, yes, I am aware of the settlement, and I think the settlement does give some recognition to the Agua Caliente Band, certain rights, for water. But in terms of priority, I'm less familiar with that, so I can't comment.
Let me ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chang. To the extent you know, and it's if you don't know, just say you don't know, please. Do you have any understanding of the source of the water that was at issue in that proceeding? For example, was it Colorado River water? Was it State Water Project water, or was it water that was native to the area? And if you don't know, like I said, I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm trying to clarify our record here.
Right. I believe it's in relation to the native yield.
Thank you. And I just brought that up, Ms. Castro Galindo, just to clarify. I think the source, in the way you phrased the question, the source wasn't clear. I don't know if those documents, of course, we can look with respect to the lawsuit documents if those are in the record, but I wanted to help that with our record here. With that, back to you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chang, are you aware that the settlement states that the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians is entitled to 20,000 acre-feet of water per year?
Objection relevance to the extent that it's supplying to the native groundwater.
Overruled. And if you can answer, Mr. Chang.
Yes, I believe one of the terms, for the settlement is the 20,000 that Ms. Castro Galindo was referencing.
So, Mr. Chang, would you agree that the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians' critical water supply allocation would remain unchanged regardless of them receiving additional water from the DCP following the settlement?
It calls for a legal conclusion, calls for speculation.
I didn't follow the question. Can you just repeat the question, Ms. Castro Galindo? We're now talking about State Water Project water. If you can just try the question again, please.
Sure. So, based on the settlement between Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians and CBWD, would you agree that the tribe's critical water supply allocation would remain unchanged regardless of them receiving additional water from the DCP in the future?
What do you mean by critical water supply allocation? Is that are you referencing a specific number? Is that a term of art from something?
I apologize. I will clarify. So, given that the settlement entitles them to 20,000 acre-feet of water per year. Would you agree that this initial 20,000 acre-feet of water per year would remain unchanged, regardless of them receiving additional water from the DCP?
To the,
Same.
to the extent, and the objections are noted, to the extent you have any knowledge, Mr. Cheng.
So the question is the direct tie-in of the DCP water to the 20,000 acre feet. Is that?
Well, the question is whether the DCP would change this 20,000, would impact the tribe's initial 20,000 acre-feet of water per year, given that the settlement already entitles them to it.
I'm going going to object to the question. I think it's a bit confusing. I'm not sure. I'm concerned that we might confuse our record here. If Ms. Castro Galindo, a possible question would be whether Mr. Cheng is aware of any terms in the settlement agreement that would change the 20,000 acre foot number depending on construction of the DCP. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. I think you can ask that question, or maybe
Sure.
Okay.
So, Mr. Cheng, are you aware of any terms in the settlement that reference the DCP?
Ms. Castro Galindo, maybe a question for you. When you're saying a reference to the DCP in the final document, are you talking about just strictly in terms of water supply, or in any general references to the DCP?
I'm referring in terms of water supply, that's correct.
Could we have the question again? I think with the clarification, I'm a little confused if there's ambiguity or not.
That's fair. Ms. Castro Galindo, would you please ask the question again?
Sure. So, Mr. Cheng, are you aware if the settlement between the Agua Caliente Band of Kalaula Indians and CBWD references how the DCP would impact the tribe's water supply in the future?
The water supply in the settlement agreement, correct? The 20,000 acre feet.
Correct.
Well, and it's vague as to impacts. For instance, whether DCP would be a direct supply or provide support for the basin, which may affect the 20,000 acre feet. So vague as to what impact means.
Well, okay. Mr. Cheng, and I haven't seen the settlement document, so I'm at a bit of a disadvantage compared to everyone else who may be asking or answering these questions. But let's start with this. Is there any reference to the Delta Conveyance project that you are aware of in the settlement agreement with respect to water supply to the Agua Caliente tribe? Is there any reference at all, regardless of impacts one way or the other, that you are aware of?
There is a reference to the Delta Conveyance project, but not directly tied in with the impacts to the tribal water supply.
Thank you. And Ms. Castro Galindo, I wonder if it's to the extent we're interpreting the settlement agreement and asking Mr. Cheng to do that, I think the document will speak for itself. If that's in the record, that's probably the best way to get to the bottom of what it says by referencing it in a closing brief or something to that effect.
Thank you.
I'm not sure this is, yeah, I'm just not sure.
I'm prepared to
Thank
move
you.
on to a different line of questioning. Mr. Cheng, are you aware if any of the 5 tribes that you list in your testimony have made any public statements of support in regard to the DCP?
I am not aware of any activities on that front.
And just for clarity, Mr. Cheng, did you actually talk to any of the 5 tribes you mentioned in your testimony when preparing your testimony?
I did not have personal communications with them.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to move on to a different line of questioning. If we could please go to paragraph 12 of Mr. Cheng's testimony. Mr. Cheng, in lines 8 to 9 of paragraph 12, you state that you, quote, believe the DCP is critical to meet CBWD water supply needs, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, you state that the DCP will help mitigate variability in SWP supplies to the CBWD, assist CBWD in managing its water supply portfolio in the face of climate change, and assist in compliance with SGMA, correct?
Correct.
Would you still state that the DCP will help mitigate variability in SWP supplies if the DCP were to yield no water increases to CBWD?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. Well, I'm changing my mind because we've dealt with this baseline problem before. When you say increase, I think we have a baseline problem. We need to know, do you mean increase from, and this gets back to the same issue, from existing or increase as compared to future water supplies without the Delta Conveyance Project?
Increase in regard to existing water supplies.
I'm sorry, could you restate the question, please?
Sure. Mr. Chang, would you still state that the DCP will help mitigate variability in SWP supplies if the DCP were to yield no water increases from current water amounts to CBWD?
Assume that's not in evidence.
Yeah, and it's still vague as to increase.
Mr. Chang, is there an element of this question that I'm going to ask you that lacks clarity that you would need clarified to provide an answer?
Right. I'm trying to break the question down so I can actually get the correct answer. So the question is, compared against current conditions, if the project was not to yield any more water, would the ability to simply mitigate the variability be sufficient to enter into the project? Is that the question?
Not necessarily to enter into the project, but just even more simple, if you would still state that it would help mitigate variability.
So my answer is going to be based on obviously future conditions because this project, if it gets built, will not be online for some time. So one of the benefits of this project, for CVWD is we anticipate more frequent wetter conditions in the future in the form of rainfall. And whether we get more water compared to today's conditions or not, we believe that this project will help to capture the water when it's available.
I don't want to cut you off.
No, I was thinking that there's any additional add-ons, and I think that's, yeah, I think that's my statement.
Okay. Mr. Chang, in your testimony, paragraph 11, lines 24 to 25, You state that CBWD has expended over $13 million to date for planning and pre-construction costs of the proposed Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Correct.
You also state in lines 25 to 26 that CBWD is also considering expending additional funds in the future relating to the planning and environmental review of the proposed DCP, correct?
Correct.
If the DCP were to move forward, do you know how much the DCP would cost CBWD in future years?
Calls for speculation.
The question was, do you know? So go ahead, Mr. Chang.
I do not have the precise numbers.
Mr. Chang, has the district made a final decision as to whether to pay for construction of the Delta Conveyance project?
We have not made a decision yet. Ultimately, it's going to be a board decision. This is going to be a stepwise process, for us. So right now we're just in the mode of, looking at, the possibilities, the benefits of this project as, we are in the analysis phase, like many other of our sister agencies are.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, if the DCP increases the physical reliability of the system but does not increase water supply, would the district still see it as a good investment?
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Chang.
Okay. May I get a repeat of that question, please?
Sure. So, Mr. Chang, in your opinion, if the DCP increases the physical reliability of the system but does not increase water supply, would the district still see it as a good investment?
Vague is a good investment also.
I'm having trouble with I think we're in the same issue with this increased water supply. Do you have a baseline for that, Ms. Castro-Galindo? Once again, and here's what I'm getting at with that question. There's one question of increased water supply as compared to current conditions, and then there's this other question of whether, if in the future water deliveries from the SWP would decrease absent the Delta Conveyance project, and then having the Delta Conveyance project might increase that amount against the baseline with the Delta Conveyance project, but that may or may not be more than current conditions. I think it makes a difference, and that issue keeps coming up in this proceeding, which is why I'm
Yeah,
sensitive to it. So that's what I'm trying to get at, is which of those are you asking, or maybe you're asking both. And then if you would also please clarify good investment. You may mean it would be a project that the CVWD would continue to consider, or something to that effect.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kensi. Will do. Mr. Chang, if the DCP increases the physical reliability of the system, but does not increase water supply based on current conditions, like based on current water supply, would the district still see it as a project worth continuing to consider to finance?
Vague is the current water supply and calls for speculation.
To the extent, I think you know what we're getting at, Mr. Chang. So to the extent you can answer, and you're welcome to caveat as appropriate.
Thank you, Hearing Officer. Okay, so based on the clarifications that were provided, the baseline is set against today's numbers. Whether, and I'm still kind of struggling a little bit with, when you say today, are you talking about today's average? Is it today being 2025?
I can actually rephrase my question to make it a little bit more clear if you would prefer.
Great, let's do that, please.
So if the DCP were to increase the physical reliability of the system, but not make any impacts on water supply, considering, but not have any impacts on water supply at all, in a scenario when comparing a scenario in which the DCP is constructed and a scenario in which the DCP is not constructed? Would the district still see it as a project worth considering to invest in?
Vague and ambiguous as to system capacity increase.
Was system capacity, I may have lost. I am trying to get to the bottom of this question, but I think I'm not sure system capacity increase, was that in the question?
I don't believe, but
Increase, it said, sorry, increase system reliability. I don't know what that means.
And I am,
Objection.
well, and frankly, I'm struggling. What is an increase? And I know we're working through this. We're all working through it together. What is an increase in system reliability if there's no change in water supply as compared to with and without DCP? I guess I'm not sure what that means, and that's maybe Ms. Castro Galindo, can you try again and just articulate more what, if you can, what would be an increase in reliability absent some increase in water supply?
I believe
Visioning.
arguments have been made about the tunnel improving the infrastructure of water transfer and perhaps preventing water loss along the way through means such as evaporation. I'm not an expert on this though.
Just to be helpful and maybe get at the point, I think
Great.
we're talking about carriage water savings, so the maybe efficiency and the system capacity. And then I do object to the question though, because it is vague and ambiguous as to timeframes, because there could be potential increases in some water year types and no increase in other water year types. And this question seems to ignore that nature of the project.
So let me see if I can ground this. But I guess once again, we're getting back, and this came up before, about what do we mean by reliability? That's not, I think, in carriage water savings, thank you, I wasn't particularly thinking about that. But is that what you mean, Ms. Castro Galindo? When you refer to reliability in your question, what are you referring to, or do you know? I know we went through some testimony before, and we may have to circle back to it to get a definition.
Sure, so I'll simplify my question even more. Mr. Cheng, does the district's consideration of whether or not to support and finance, let's just go to, does the district's consideration as to whether to finance the project take into account how much water delivery the Delta Conveyance project will yield?
Yes, we do consider that in our calculus.
And if the yield were to be lower than previously anticipated, would that change the district's consideration as to whether to finance the project?
It calls for speculation.
Vague and ambiguous as to time and baseline.
Overruled.
So the question is, if at some point in the future, if as we're going through the planning efforts and the yield becomes lower than what was anticipated, would CVWD reconsider our position? Did I get that question right?
Yes.
Yes, that's one of the main factors we would be looking at. Again, nothing has been submitted yet. There's a whole host of factors that would enter into that final decision point.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. And I'm going to circle back to a conversation that we had, like a question that I asked way previously. But Mr. Chang, who is the consultant that you referred to earlier who prepares CBWD demand and supply forecasts?
I believe it's Todd Groundwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. And I believe those are all the questions that I have for Mr. Chang. Thank you for your time.
Just checking in, is this maybe a good time for a break? I'm not sure how much time we have left, but
This is likely, I'm going to say it's a good time for a break. I also want to say, Ms. Castro Galindo, thank you for your questions, and just note, that this subject matter is really challenging to ask questions on cross-exam, and we've all been struggling with it. I'm not implying you struggled, but it's been a challenge throughout this proceeding, so I appreciate your tenacity on that. And then I understand, Ms. Baer, are you going to be asking questions next on behalf of DTEC?
Yes, that is the plan. I believe we're going to go over our 1 hour estimate, but I will do my best to be efficient.
Thank you. Then let's go ahead, please. Let's take a break. We'll take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:02. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Wonderful. And I see we have Ms. Bear. I want to make sure we have Mr. Krieger and then all of our witnesses. And Ms. Pryor, there you are. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn things over for your questions, Ms. Bear.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Kenzie and witnesses. My name is Tara Bear, and I'm a student attorney with the Yale Environmental Justice Law and Advocacy Clinic, representing the Delta Tribal Environmental Coalition, or DTEC parties. I would like to start by asking several questions to Ms. Pryor. Ms. Mullen, can we pull up Ms. Pryor's testimony and scroll to PDF page 4, paragraph 10? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Pryor. You are the general manager of the Zone 7 Water Agency, correct?
Yes.
Great. Turning to your testimony in paragraph line 17, you say, quote, most of the wastewater in the Tri-Valley is recycled. Tri-Valley recycled water use has expanded with plans to explore using even more of this supply for indirect potable use through groundwater recharge, correct?
Yes.
So you've testified that most of the wastewater in the Tri-Valley is recycled, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the source upon which you based that statement?
Discussions with our retailers that produce the recycled water.
Okay. Are you aware of the specific percentage of wastewater that is currently recycled in the Tri-Valley?
No.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you bring up DTEC 088, Tri-Valley Recycled Water Fact Sheet?
And I'm sorry, what was the DTEC exhibit number again?
088. It may have mistakenly been labeled 085 originally, but the title of the file is Tri-Valley Recycled Water Fact Sheet.
I see. Okay.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Perfect. We could just zoom out a little bit. This is a one-page fact sheet on recycled water from the Tri-Valley Water Partners website, which is, as I understand it, a collaboration between Zone 7 Water Agency and its local water retailers. Ms. Pryor, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that, as this document states, Tri-Valley Water, Dublin San Ramon Services District, the City of Pleasanton, and the City of Livermore report that only 39% of annual wastewater is currently recycled?
Yes.
Okay, so to be clear, 39% is not most of the wastewater, correct?
In a mathematical sense, 39% might not be most, but in the availability to be put to water use, it is a significant amount of wastewater that is being recycled.
Okay, understood. So based on the numbers that you see in bold in this document, 6.05 billion gallons of total wastewater flow minus 2.37 billion gallons of recycled water produced. That means that more than 3.6 billion gallons of wastewater, which converts to more than 11,000 acre feet per year, are not recycled by Tri-Valley Water Partners each year. Is that correct generally?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we go back to Ms. Pryor's testimony on PDF page 3, paragraph 8? Thank you. So Ms. Pryor, you state here in paragraph 8, line 6, that, quote, on average over the past 15 years, Zone 7 has received 38,697 acre feet per year of state water project deliverables, correct?
Yes.
Great. So let's use that as our baseline. So that 11,000 approximately acre feet of wastewater per year that is not recycled in Zone 7, that would be equivalent to nearly 1/4 of Zone 7's average annual state water project supply, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you agree that expanding water recycling is an important strategy to adapt to climate change?
Is that question in general or specific to Zone 7?
Specific to Zone 7.
It is one of the options that we are exploring for long-term water supply reliability.
Okay. Is it true that improving water efficiency and increasing wastewater recycling can help lower the demand for additional outside water supply for Zone 7?
Objection,
Can you
incomplete hypothetical.
Will you just run the question again, please, Ms. Bear?
Sure. I can change it a little bit. Is it true that historically speaking, in Zone 7, improving water efficiency and increasing wastewater recycling has lowered the demand for additional outside water supply in Zone 7?
Same objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Overruled, to the extent you can answer, Ms. Pryor.
I can't really answer. I can't say how those in the past relate to now.
That's okay. Has Zone 7 analyzed how the cost of recycled water compares to the cost of water from the DCP?
Objection,
We
may
haven't.
you assess to the amounts of water?
Well, are you asking Ms. Bear per acre foot?
Per acre foot, that's exactly what I was going to say.
All right, great, let's go with that. Ms. Pryor.
Yes, we did calculate a cost per acre foot in our 2022 water supply evaluation.
Okay, do you recall whether recycled water was more or less expensive per acre foot compared to water from the DCP?
At that time, for the potable reuse option, it was slightly more than DCP.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we scroll to PDF page 5, paragraph 11? Thank you. Ms. Pryor, in paragraph 11, line 4, sorry, you state that, quote, estimated build out at 2050 will require at least 68% reliability of state water project deliveries to meet the Tri-Valley's demand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean by estimated build out at 2050?
That is when the cities and county will have completed build out of various land use forms, whether it's residential or commercial or industrial.
Okay, so that assumes increases in population growth compared to today, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. If the Tri-Valley's population does not increase as projected, Tri-Valley water demands would be lower than you estimated, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
We have not specifically analyzed that.
Okay. No problem. Ms. Mullen, can we pull up DTEC 089, which is Zone 7 2020 Urban Water Management Plan? And then can we, actually, I'll just state what this is. This is a copy of Zone 7's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. Are you familiar with this document, Ms. Pryor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we scroll to PDF page 34? Scroll scroll down just a little bit to 3.4.1. That's great. Thank you. So in this document, under section 3.4.1, table 3-3, this plan projects that Zone 7 service area will include 284,000 residents by 2025. Are you aware of that projection, Ms. Pryor?
Yes.
You state in paragraph 1 of your testimony, as you repeated in your PowerPoint presentation, that Zone 7 serves a population of 270,000 residents, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so are the population growth assumptions used in your testimony with regard to how much water will be required to meet demand from estimated build out at 2050? Are those assumptions the same as those used to project population growth in Zone 7's 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, or are you aware of that?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. If you were to use current population numbers at 270,000 as opposed to this projection of 284,000, recognizing that thus far the population in Zone 7 is lower than what was projected by the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, how would your projections regarding future water demand with estimated build out at 2050 change, if at all?
Calls for speculation.
I think that's fair. Ms. Baird, did we establish where the 270,000 number came from?
Yes, that is in paragraph 1 of Ms. Pryor's testimony and was also in her PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I cannot speculate on what our next projections for population growth will be.
Okay, that's fine. We can take this exhibit down. Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll to PDF page 6, paragraph 15 in Ms. Pryor's testimony. Perfect, thank you. Ms. Pryor, in paragraph 15, line 7 of your testimony, you state, quote, by 2070, state water project reliability for Zone 7 is expected to decrease by 22% without the DCP. With the DCP, that reliability is estimated to decrease by only 7%. Is that correct?
Yes.
So even with the DCP, you estimate that future state water project deliveries for Zone 7 will be lower than today, correct?
We estimate that state water project reliability will be lower than today.
Right. As we discussed previously with the correlation between reliability and water deliveries, I guess another way to phrase that would be if the state water project becomes less reliable, as you've stated here, does that mean that Zone 7 can expect to receive a lesser amount of water from the project than if the project's reliability remained stable or increased?
I believe so.
Thank you. Does that mean Zone 7 would still need to obtain additional water supplies apart from the DCP to meet its projected future demands?
Yes.
And those projects that will be needed to obtain that additional water supply will come at an additional cost to Zone 7, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move down to paragraph 16, which is already on the screen here. In paragraph 16, line 10 of your testimony, you testify that, quote, DWR has modeled seismic scenarios in which exports from the current Delta conveyance facilities are unusable for several months, correct?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that Zone 7's primary seismic concern is a several month outage, as stated in your testimony, as opposed to a several year outage?
Both would be of concern.
Okay. In previous years, with very low state water project allocations or even 0% allocations, Zone 7 has still been able to obtain sufficient water to meet the health and safety needs of its residents, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's look at paragraph 15, line 2 of your testimony, where you state the DCP is extremely important to Zone 7 because it will help offset declining state water project deliveries to Zone 7. Is your understanding that Zone 7's state water project yield in wet years will increase with the DCP compared to the yield that you would expect in future wet years without the DCP?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Are you aware that the hearing issues for this proceeding are framed under two possible scenarios? One where DWR is limited to its maximum historical state water project use when operating the DCP, and the other assuming potential authorization for DWR to appropriate additional quantities of water.
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm asking if Ms. Pryor is aware of the framing of the hearing issues.
Understood. Go ahead, Ms. Pryor.
No.
No. Okay. Well, I will ask this question, and given that you are not aware of the hearing issues, if you can't answer it, that's okay. But I'm wondering, under that first possible hearing scenario where DWR's diversions are limited to its maximum historical use, has Zone 7 considered whether paying for the DCP would be worthwhile if the project did fully insure against seismic risks, but did not yield any additional water supply compared to future wet year projections without the DCP?
Objection. Compound lacks foundation.
In other words, I'm asking if earthquake risk mitigation alone would be enough for Zone 7 to invest in the DCP.
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you have an opinion, Ms. Pryor.
I do not have an opinion. That would be something we would have to analyze and discuss with our board of directors.
Okay, totally fine. You testify in paragraph 16, line 11, that Zone 7 service area is upstream from the San Luis Reservoir, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that Zone 7 gets water from the San Luis Reservoir?
We do not get water directly from the San Luis Reservoir.
Okay, thank you. Let's look at paragraph 18. Perfect. As prior, paragraph 18, line 26 states, quote, Zone 7 has invested significantly in the DCP by spending $10.3 million to date and has committed an additional $6.6 million through 2027. The DCP is a critical project to ensure long-term reliability of Zone 7's water supply, especially during dry years, end quote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has Zone 7 made a final decision on whether to allocate funds toward construction of the DCP?
No.
Has Zone 7 determined that the DCP is a cost-effective investment regardless of possible, quote, hydrological, environmental, and regulatory constraints, to use your language from paragraph 8?
To date, by participating in the planning, yes, Zone 7 has found this to be a cost-effective option. We have not made that determination for construction.
Understood. What modeling has Zone 7 done under scenarios involving different hydrological, environmental, and regulatory constraints that has led Zone 7 to conclude that the DCP is still cost-effective under those conditions?
Objection. Vague and ambiguous as to modeling.
Overruled.
Zone 7 has an internal water supply reliability model. We take information provided by the Department of Water Resources and the state water contractors as an input. We have not separately modeled the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay. I see, but you stated that Zone 7 has concluded that the DCP would still be cost effective under possible hydrological, environmental, and regulatory constraints.
We have not specifically designed cost effective, but because we are participating in it, it's obviously that we think it's worthwhile at this point in time.
Okay. In your opinion, Does the cost effectiveness of the DCP depend on potential water supply from the project for Zone 7? Is that an important variable?
For Zone 7, it is water supply reliability.
Okay. If Zone 7 in the future were to find that the hydrological and regulatory constraints imposed on DCP operations made the DCP unfavorable to its interests, is it possible that Zone 7 would decide not to pay for the construction and operation of the DCP?
Calls for speculation.
Vague and ambiguous.
I think that's fair. The speculative nature of is it possible? I don't know if you want to be more specific, Ms. Bear.
I guess I would say at this time, there are still open questions as to what the hydrological and regulatory constraints on the DCP will be, given that Zone 7 has not made a final decision on investing in construction and operation of the DCP. Might Zone 7 ultimately vote no?
Same objection.
I'll allow the question, Ms. Pryor.
There is certainly the possibility that Zone 7 could vote no in the future for an infinite number of reasons.
Great. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Just a few more questions here for you, Ms. Pryor. Do you know Zone 7's estimated total capital cost for its share of the DCP construction costs?
Yes.
Can you share that number if you know it? Or tell us where we could find it?
We last reported to the board, I believe, in 2024, and at that time, the total investment over, I guess, a 40-year construction period was $443 million, including some O&M.
Okay. Does that reporting also include Zone 7's estimated annual cost, including financing costs for its share of DCP construction costs?
That was the total cost. It does include capital, debt financing, and O&M.
Okay. Has Zone 7 analyzed how much the DCP would increase the bills paid by municipal water users in Zone 7 if Zone 7 agrees to participate in the DCP?
No.
Has Zone 7 analyzed how much the DCP would increase the bills paid by ratepayers in Zone 7 if Zone 7 agrees to participate in the project?
No.
Is Zone 7 planning to conduct either of those analyses prior to approving the project or voting on the project?
I can't estimate exactly what analysis we would do, but certainly there would be some analysis on costs per household, impact on Zone 7 wholesale water rates, but I can't estimate what form that will take.
That's okay. Thank you so much. That is all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Pryor. And I now have a few more questions for Mr. Wallace, and then I will wrap up if that's okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Mullen, could we pull up Mr. Wallace's testimony and scroll to PDF page 3, paragraph 10? Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wallace. You are the State Water Project Manager at Kern County Water Agency, or KCWA, correct?
That's correct.
Great. You've testified in paragraph 10, line 17, about the quote, serious financial investments that KCWA has made for planning the DCP, correct?
Correct.
Has KCWA made a final decision on whether to participate in financing the construction and operation of the DCP?
The member units and the agency have not made a final decision on the participation in the construction of the project.
Thank you. Has KCWA made a final determination that the DCP is cost effective for the agency to invest in?
That's the same answer. They've not made a decision at that point in time, the member units or the agency.
Understood. Isn't it true that several of KCWA's member units expressed significant concerns about the cost of the DCP earlier this year in letters to the KCWA Board of Directors prior to KCWA's vote on whether to authorize additional funding for the planning and design of the DCP?
Objection lacks foundation. Assumes facts not in evidence.
That's fine. Ms. Mullen, could we bring up DTEC 090, which is March 2025 KCWA letters? Great. So this is a compilation of letters submitted by KCWA's member units to the KCWA Board of Directors in March 2025, prior to that recent vote that I mentioned on whether to authorize additional funding for the planning and design phase of the DCP. Mr. Wallace, are you familiar with this correspondence?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Thank you. Could we scroll to PDF page 8? Scroll down just a little bit here to the text of the letter. Thank you. Can you see kind of toward the top of this paragraph here, in this letter from Coella Water District stating, quote, while the district is extremely concerned with the lack of reliability and corresponding rise of costs of the state water project, it is also concerned with the additional costs of the DCP, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, can we scroll to PDF page 13? Just right at the top here, do you see that this paragraph in this letter from Semi-Tropic Water Storage District states that the district has, quote, significant affordability concerns with the future DCP project?
Yes.
Thank you. So circling back to my initial question then, would you agree that several of KCWA's member units are concerned or have expressed concerns about costs associated with the DCP?
Yes, there are concerns about the affordability of the project.
Thank you. Isn't it true that not all of the 14 member units of the KCWA are currently planning to participate in financing construction and operation of the DCP?
I can only speak to the planning costs at this point in time, but yes, there are 2 member units that have elected not to participate.
Okay, so how many of the member units are currently committed to participate, to your knowledge, if you know?
There are 12.
Okay, thank you. And do you know what proportion of KCWA's Table A State Water Project allocation is currently planning to participate in construction and operation of the DCP?
I do not have that number in front of me.
That's okay. Would you
And
agree
I
that?
should qualify that I don't have that number on the elected planning portion.
Okay, understood. Would you agree that the cost effectiveness of the DCP for KCWA depends on water supply from the project?
Can you repeat the question?
Would you agree that the cost effectiveness of the DCP for KCWA depends on water supply from the project, projected future water supply from the project?
Vague as it depends.
Is it an important factor when KCWA will be making its final vote on whether to finance construction and operation of the DCP?
The decision to participate in the project is based on the analysis that our member units conduct to determine their participation. As far as the factors that they evaluate, I can't comment on what they do to determine their participation.
Okay, understood. Can we go back to Mr. Wallace's testimony, paragraph 8? Perfect, thank you. Mr. Wallace, in paragraph 8, line 10 of your testimony, you state that the DCP will enhance the reliability of the state water project supplies KCWA receives as compared to those supplies in the absence of the DCP, correct?
That is correct.
What is your understanding of how much additional state water project deliveries KCWA will yield in wet years with the DCP as opposed to without the DCP?
I am not the technical expert when it comes to the modeling this. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. Are you aware that the hearing issues for this proceeding are framed under two possible scenarios? One in which DWR is limited to its maximum historical state water project use in operating the DCP, and the other, assuming potential authorization for DWR to appropriate additional quantities of state water project water.
I'm not an attorney. I don't fully understand the distinction.
That's okay. Do you understand, or are you aware of whether KCWA has considered whether paying for the DCP would still be worthwhile if the project did not yield any additional water supply for KCWA compared to a scenario in which the DCP was not constructed?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Are you aware of whether KCWA has considered whether paying for the DCP would still be worthwhile for the agency if the DCP did not yield any additional water supply for KCWA compared to a future scenario without the DCP?
Again, as I stated earlier, the member units are the ones that conduct that analysis, and I can't speak to the information that they include or how they ultimately come to their determination on participation in the construction of the project.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. Mr. Wallace, are you aware that Kern County's urban water management plan is only available to members of the public upon specific request to KCWA? It is not available on your website.
I am not aware that the agency develops an urban water management plan. I believe only our improvement district 4 does, but that's not part of my job responsibility.
Okay. Are you aware of California Water Code sections 10644 and 10645, which require the plan to be available for public review during normal business hours?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Just asking if he's aware.
Noted.
As I mentioned, I'm not familiar with the urban water management plan, or I don't actually know the codes you're talking about.
Okay, really fine. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baer. And I believe from there, we can talk about whether now is a good time to go forward, but according to my notes here, it looks like Sacramento County may be up next with only 15 to 20 minutes estimated. Ms. Moskal, please.
Yes, hi everyone again. I think it will actually be closer to 10 minutes. A number of our questions were already covered today.
Great. Then with that, I will hand things over to you, Ms. Moskal.
Perfect, thank you. Ellen Moskal again, representing Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I have just a few questions today for Ms. Pryor and Mr. Chang in that order. Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up Exhibit SWC 200 and scroll to paragraph 12 on PDF page 5. Thank you. So here, Ms. Pryor, you testify that state water project deliveries are the only viable option for groundwater basin replenishment. And you testified earlier today that the agency stores state water project water in groundwater banks, correct?
Yes.
What groundwater banks does the agency use to store state water project water?
We use our local groundwater basin and the semi-tropic program and the Coelho program.
Great. Are you familiar at all with the state water project permits that are subject to this hearing?
No.
Do you know that water rights permits contain points of rediversion generally that are authorized for that water right?
No.
Okay. Does the agency report any data regarding its underground storage of state water project water to the State Water Board?
I don't know.
Do you know who would know?
We have technical staff that are responsible for state water project management. They may know. I do not know.
Does the agency maintain records showing the amount of state water project water that it recharges into groundwater banks?
Yes.
Do you have an idea, say in the last year, how much state water project water was recharged?
Define the last year.
Let's say the last water year that just completed.
I don't know the exact number, but I don't think we recharged very much in this last water year, if any.
What is an example of a type of water year in which you would recharge more state water project water into groundwater banks?
It is complex. It first of all requires an availability of water, more than we would need for demands. It would depend on if it was the non-local programs or contractual arrangements, and for a local program, it would depend on whether or not there was room in the groundwater basin for recharge.
Okay. And you said that technical staff are responsible for reporting. Could you give us a name of a staff member that we would be able to talk to who could give us information about those groundwater storage records?
Objection, misstates testimony. And vague and ambiguous as to what reporting.
Will you, Ms. Moskal, will you just run the question again for me, please?
Yes. So earlier I asked whether the agency reports the volume of state water project water that it recharges into groundwater banks to the State Water Board. And you indicated, I believe, that you have technical staff within the agency that handles reporting, correct?
I believe I stated that I have technical staff that manage the state water project operations.
So if I wanted to find more information, who would I talk to specifically?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to what information.
The information that I just referenced that she indicates the staff manage.
I don't think we've laid a foundation that Zone 7 reports to the State Water Resources Control Board. So again, lacks foundation.
Let's just, can we get back to, my understanding is that you're about information about state water project water that is stored in groundwater basins. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Groundwater banks.
And then Ms. Pryor, do you have a response to that question as to who might have that information?
Our preferred communications protocol is that communications either come to me as a general manager or our general Zone 7 mailbox, and then we assign it to the appropriate staff person.
Okay. Do you know whether the agency maintains records showing the amount of state water projects stored in groundwater banks that it later puts to beneficial use?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
And if you can answer, Ms. Pryor, with the caveat that you're not providing a legal opinion.
Right. I can't speak about, the legal nuances. Will say that we do keep records of water that we store and water that we take from storage.
And who within your agency maintains those records?
As I stated earlier, we have technical staff that are assigned to the managing our state water project and our total water supply portfolio. If there's a general request, it should come to me or our general mailbox.
Okay. Let me think for a second. Okay, thank you, Ms. Pryor. I have no further questions for this witness. Mr. Chang, I now have several questions for you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up Exhibit SWC 700 and scroll to PDF page 4, paragraph 11. Okay. Mr. Chang, you testified that the district has spent over $1 billion to support the State Water Project. What is the time frame that you used to calculate that number?
Right. So that number was from the inception of our contract, 1963, to believe, I think 2023.
Did you calculate that number yourself?
My staff calculated that number.
Do you know what the source was of the data they used to calculate the number?
I believe it was actual DWR billing that we received through the years.
Okay, thank you. So looking down now at lines 24 to 25 on the same page, you testified that the district has spent over $13 million for costs related to the DCP thus far. What is the time frame during which these costs were incurred? Do you have a start date?
I'm trying to recall when we made a pivot from California Water Fix to the DCP. So I don't have that exact date in mind, but I believe these numbers are associated strictly with the this current phase.
Okay. Do you know if the district increased its rates during the time frame that it has been expending money for the Delta Conveyance project?
Can you define rates, please?
Maybe it'd be easier to ask a question in response. How is the district funded? Speaking in terms of, for example, water rates that you charge your customers.
Right. So if you're specifically referencing for the volumetric water that they use, that is on rates. The State Water Project is funded differently.
Okay. How is the State Water Project funded within your district?
In our district, the State Water Project costs are funded through State Water Project tax allocations.
Okay. Have you raised the percentage of your or amount of your state water project tax allocations during the time that the district has been expending funds on the Delta Conveyance project?
So during the period, and I can't, again, I don't remember the start date of when the DCP, actually, transitioned. But it's my understanding is that we have had one rate increase in the last, or I'm sorry, one tax increase in the last, say, 5 years.
Okay. Was any portion of that tax increase imposed to pay for costs related to the DCP?
Not strictly. We were looking at a whole host of different costs associated with the operations of the State Water Project.
Was any portion of that increase then imposed to pay for, let me see how I can break this down. So it would be correct to state that you increased the tax generally to pay for state water project costs, but without looking specifically item by item, including the DCP.
Yes.
How much was that tax increase?
That tax increase was about 10%.
Other than the DCP, were there other factors that caused the district to increase the tax?
Yes.
Can you give me some examples?
There's a whole host of, I would say, financial cleanup at Department of Water Resources that are occurring. It's a continuous process, and I think there were some outstanding charges that Coachella probably owes. So we were trying to account for some of that. I think some future expenditures. Just like with everything else, the operations costs rises incrementally, and we wanted to be in a position to make sure that we were able to to forecast for those charges.
Okay. You've mentioned a couple times that you're not sure exactly when the transition happened from paying for water fix to paying for the Delta Conveyance project. Can I ask, do you know approximately how much the district spent on water fix?
Objection relevance?
Join.
What is the relevance, Ms. Muskell? Where are we going?
We'll just move on. So now here on lines 25 to 27, you testified that the district is considering expending additional funds in the future related to the planning and environmental review of the proposed Delta Conveyance project. Do you have an estimate of the amount of funds the district may spend for these purposes?
I do not in totality.
Do you have an estimate of any portion of the funds that the district expects to pay for these purposes?
Asked and answered.
He responded that he did not have an estimate in the totality. I am asking if he has any portion of an estimate.
Go ahead, Mr. Chang.
I do not have a detailed breakdown. And if we take, the information that's currently available, of say the $20 billion that has been out in the public sphere, and use our percentage, I think that was probably as good as I can come up with.
Has the district considered whether it will need to raise its tax rate in the future to pay for the construction of the DCP?
That is one of the considerations once, the cost figures and benefits, become a little bit more apparent as we, go through this phase.
So is it accurate to say you have not evaluated whether the district will need to raise its taxes?
Not fully, no.
Has the district determined the maximum rate increase it would be willing to, or I apologize, tax increase it would be willing to impose in order to pay for the DCP?
We have not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you to Ms. Mullen as well. I have no further questions for this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Moskal, and thank you to our witnesses. We are looking, let's see, it's 11:54, so it's about time for a lunch break. I'm looking at the estimates of time for the cross-examination remaining for this panel, and I think I'm coming to approximately 3.5 hours, unless I'm double counting here. I don't think I am, which means that we would not get to Dr. Paulson today. We have 3.5 hours of additional cross. The AHO may have a few questions, and we have to leave some time for the possibility of redirect. So I think we wouldn't get to that phase. I'll look to the room. Is there any concern if or does anyone want to respond before I excuse Dr. Paulson for the day? All right, then I want to thank Dr. Paulson for standing by, but she is excused for the day, and we will expect to pick up when we return in September with that testimony. Our goal of the day is to finish cross-exam with panel 2 so that we can hopefully excuse these witnesses once we're done with our day as well. Are there additional issues we should address before we break for lunch? I think my proposal would be to go ahead and come back at 12:45, but is there anything procedural we should address before we break?
Yes. If it's just very quickly, I'm just looking at the order proposed and the dates. So it looks like Dr. Poulsen is available on 8, the next Monday, whatever date that is, and 9/2 as well. I'm just confirming because she has different availabilities for different witnesses, and just making sure I'm reading that right, that we would be able to get to Dr. Poulsen next Monday, and then that would be followed by Dr. Rosenfeld on the 2nd.
We took the 25th off calendar, so we are not having a hearing day on the 25th.
I'm sorry, I don't know why it's still on my calendar. Okay.
So it would be
9/2.
December 2nd. Yeah.
Okay. So that just, I think then my next question then, I guess, is looking then, it looks like we would maybe have to go out of order and take Dr. Michael, because based on the dates that were provided, it looks like Dr. Rosenfeld is not available on the 5th. And I don't know that we would be able to finish him on the 2nd, given the estimated timelines.
And for Dr. Paulson, I think I agree with that we may have to move to Dr. Michael, at least based on our best guess. Ms. Tabor, did you want to address that?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Ms. Morris, we have evaluated the schedule and assumed that Dr. Paulson would be going on the 2nd. That likely would take the whole day or almost the whole day, and that Dr. Michael would be available on the 5th, and Dr. Rosenfeld on the 11th, which would accommodate all of the parties' scheduling constraints.
I'm not sure, depending on the cross of Dr. Michael, that he would take a full day on the 5th, so we might need to move out of order as well.
And we did consider that we can circle back with the protestants, but one possibility that occurred to me based on the time estimates that were provided for Dr. Michael could be that North Delta Water Agency might be able to go on the 5th after Jeff Michael. So, but I have not heard back from North Delta Water Agency to confirm that. But based on their schedule constraints, it looked like that might work for them, and it might work within the time available.
If we could just maybe, I don't want to keep in time, it's just trying to keep all this in order and moving around with unavailability. So perhaps we can revisit this not on the 25th that I keep saying we have a hearing, but on the 2nd after Dr. Polson, like just maybe revisit who would be going for the remainder of the day on the 5th when Dr. Michael, yes, Dr. Michael will not take the entire day, it appears.
Yes, we certainly should return to this. I'd also suggest if there are any open, I mean, this conversation is very helpful. Thank you. And also if it may be helpful for DWR and state water contractors to consult with some of the representatives from the protestants about ordering in case you have estimates of cross that we haven't gone out that far in terms of estimates of cross for some of these witnesses. So I would ask if you would have an internal discussion sometime between now and September 2nd, and then let's circle back to it on September 2nd to make sure we have an order and can fill our days. I thank you, Ms. Morris, for bringing that up. I do want to try to be as efficient as possible. So if you would, please, we'll come back to that. I'm sorry, I see, go, Ms. Morris, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything else? I see Mr. Cho has a hand. If we can please elevate Mr. Cho. And you're welcome to come on camera when you're ready, Mr. Cho. I see you're off mute. I think it's almost afternoon.
All right. Well, it just struck 12. So good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Austin Cho for North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. Yes, we have been coordinating with Ms. Tabor and Ms. Meserve and others. North Delta Water Agency and the RDs are prepared to present our direct testimony on September 5th if availability warrants. So we are ready in the wings and awaiting that.
Thank you. And can you just help me on this list which witnesses are yours? How far do I need to scroll?
I have it down almost witnesses like groups 29, 30. So
I see.
middle, it's pretty far down.
Far out of order. So yeah, as part of this conference, if you would please confer, because I think this would be a little bit of a surprise to go that far. My direction to all the parties have been, please expect that if you have a particular witness who's unavailable, we'll just go to the next one in the list. But it looks like the proposal here is to change the order a fair amount, which is fine with me, but I want to make sure that DWR and state water contractors are on notice so that they can be ready with their cross of these witnesses when they come up. So if you would please discuss further and then come back with a proposal on September 2nd, that would be helpful. And thank you, Mr. Cho, for making your witnesses available.
Yes, I think just to add in, I think we were trying to put like a whole panel in. It's at the bottom of page 3 of our list that protestants put forward. So we're trying to think of something, substantive to put forward that afternoon, it looked like. So am I free to tell Dr. Michael then that he will be, we believe fairly certain he will be going on the morning of September 5th, knowing that we will have a further update on September 2nd.
That's my understanding based on the availability of Dr. Rosenfield, who's not available on the 5th.
Yeah, and I think the availability of other witnesses played into the idea of asking North Delta, that is out, more than 2 weeks away, that we're suggesting this change. So thanks.
Yes, no, understood. And I appreciate the reorganization. The other thing here, and this brings up a question for me, I was not aware and I don't think I can be aware based on this list that I received of proposed panels of witnesses. I think it might be helpful to the extent that panels are proposed, if you would please update this list to indicate those, because then it'll help me understand if we're looking, which availability, are we looking for individual witness availability, or if there's a whole panel we're looking to have available, that would be relevant. And relevant to DWR and state water contractors, probably.
I think we did try to put them on the same row where we were proposing them as a panel. I'll defer to Mr. Cho about whether he wanted to have these North Delta witnesses go at the same time or in series.
Oh, I see that. Now I see some examples of this. I'm sorry. Yes, and then I look to you, Mr. Cho.
I do not believe we would be opposed to grouping the witnesses we identified for North Delta and the RDs together.
And it looks like you may have one set that are already grouped, Ann Williams and Shankar Parva Thinathan. But take a
Yeah,
look. That can be part of your discussion.
those two witnesses are essentially co-presenting their North Delta's expert witnesses, but we're comfortable going forward with the whole North Delta panel as a panel.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, just for clarification, and we can meet and confer offline, but are you willing to have your folks go, some of them go, and then others not go? Because just looking at the availability for Dr. Rosenfeld, would we be trying to accommodate? He has a lot of on the 11th, and if we can't finish your panel on the 5th and start him on the 11th, that might be problematic, but we might be able to do one or two North Delta witnesses, but not all. I apologize, Mr. Cho. I think there's 5 or 6 of them. So as long as we keep the 2 on the panel together, is that okay? Or do you want it all together? That's, I think, where we're going to run into some issues on a go forward basis because of the witness availability, not necessarily with North Delta Water Agency.
You know, in the spirit of grace in the complications of the scheduling, I think we will be ready to adapt to the needs as they arise. And I think that we may have some scheduling conflicts as we get into September as well. So that might actually, Ms. Morris's suggestion might be the course of action we need to take, depending on how the timing ends up. So we're happy to coordinate on that. I don't know how productive it would be to start blocking off dates right now, but we're happy to go back to the spreadsheet and provide whatever information we can.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of you working together on this so we can all move this along. And if you would please discuss offline, that might be, I know this is complicated and a lot of moving parts. And I thank each of you for your flexibility because it will be necessary here. Are there other things we should discuss before we break for lunch? All right, let's just go ahead. Now that we're at 12:06, let's go ahead and break and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. It is 1:01. We are picking up after lunch in the hearing concerning the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. With that, where we left off was with our state water contractors panel 2 witnesses. And I hear we have Mr. Chang, Mr. Wallace, we have Mr. Krieger, and Ms. Pryor. Excellent. And I believe the next party to cross-examine, at least on my list, is San Joaquin County. Is that maybe Ms. Meserve? Is that right? Ms. Meserve, are you back on the line with us? Or is there someone else? I see another hand. Mr. Keeling, there we go. If we can please elevate Mr. Keeling to panelist status. Good afternoon, Mr. Keeling. You're welcome to come off mute and come on camera.
Thank you. I do prefer being promoted over elevated, but I'll settle for either, okay?
Noted. And with that, if you have questions for these witnesses, I think we can go ahead and get started with that.
All right. My name is Tom Keeling, and I represent San Joaquin County. My first questions are for Ms. Pryor. Am I correct in recalling that your presentation states that state water project reliability for Zone 7 is expected to decrease by 22% by 2070 without the DCP? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by the phrase state water project reliability, quote unquote, as used in slide 11 of your presentation?
That means on average, how much of our table A amount we would expect to receive.
So if I understand you correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it means that on an annual basis, without the DCP, you would expect your table A amount to decrease by 22% below what it is now. Is that what it means?
The overall reliability would decrease by 22%.
Okay, now I'm confused again. Is there a difference between overall reliability and overall deliveries of water?
The deliveries of water vary from year to year. So at 55% of reliability, that means that on average, we could expect 55%, but in any particular year, it could range from 0 to 100%.
All right, but speaking only on an annual basis rather than by season, we're talking about a 22% decrease in water deliveries, right?
On average, yes.
What is your basis for saying that SWP reliability will decrease by 22% by 2070?
This is based on the modeling and information provided by Dr. Chimokuri with the state water contractors.
So this was not a Zone 7 analysis?
No.
Going to your testimony in Exhibit 200, paragraph 18 references the $10.3 million passed and $6.6 million in prospective investment by Zone 7 in the planning for the DCP. Well, that's almost $17 million. Am I correct?
Yes.
Has Zone 7 made any commitment to support the DCP financially beyond that 17 million?
No.
So you've made no commitment for planning beyond what you've already committed to?
Correct.
and you've certainly made no commitment to construction.
Correct.
Slide 7 of your PowerPoint refers to, quote, estimated build out at 2040. And I would like to know what that means. If it helps, perhaps we should have slide 7 of your PowerPoint up again. I believe that is State Water Contractors Exhibit 202. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Do you see there where it says estimated build out at 2040 will require at least 68% reliability? Do you see that, Ms. Pryor?
Yes.
Again, what do you mean by estimated build out at 2040?
That would be the projections from the cities and county of all the development that will take place between now and 2040. It represents the demand at that time.
And this information comes from where?
We developed this information as part of our urban water management plans. The last one was from 2020. We get the information from our retail water agencies, who in turn get the information from the cities and the county.
Thank you. Moving on, you could take the slide down. Moving on, and thank you. Given your projection of a 22% decrease in state water project reliability by 2070, what are Zone 7's plans for meeting future demands if the DCP is not constructed?
We are evaluating a number of water supply reliability projects, no one of which will meet future demands or reliability on its own. At this point, we have not decided on the appropriate mix of those projects.
What does Zone 7 currently pay for state water project water per acre foot?
We do not calculate a per acre foot cost.
Well, how do you calculate your cost?
We receive bills or statement of charges from the Department of Water Resources. The majority of those costs are the capital costs, which do not change with the amount of water delivered. There is a variable cost for the cost of water actually delivered.
Okay. The infrastructure reimbursement cost, that's like fixed overhead. Let's exclude that. What are the variable costs per unit, whether it's per acre foot or some other unit?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Do you have an estimate as to what Zone 7 will be paying for state water project, the variable costs, if the DCP is built and operating?
We have an estimate for the O&M costs at this time.
Have you done a calculation as to whether post DCP water will be affordable for Zone 7?
Objection vague and ambiguous as to post DCP water.
I mean water that you'll be getting if and when the project becomes operational.
We have not.
So would I be inferring correctly that you also have made no analysis as to whether post DCP water would be affordable for your ratepayers?
Vague and ambiguous as to affordable.
Fine.
You do know what the word affordable means, Ms. Pryor, don't you? You've heard that word.
Argumentative.
Let's try this. Mr. Keeling, I'm wondering if affordability appears in Ms. Pryor's testimony. I don't know if it,
No, I think she's studiously avoided it.
it appeared in some of the other testimony,
Ah.
but maybe not hers. Well, Mr. Keeling, I think you can you think of another way to try a term other than affordability?
Do you have a way of calculating whether post DCP water will be more expensive for your ratepayers than they are paying now?
We have not done that calculation.
Do you have a way of knowing whether post DCP water for your ratepayers will be more affordable than water would be at that time without the DCP?
That would be speculative. I don't know what water will cost then with or without the DCP.
So to be clear, you have not done that analysis.
No.
Would you agree that public infrastructure projects often go over budget?
Calls for speculation.
I'm not asking her to speculate. I'm asking if, in her experience as a woman over 21 years of age, she has any understanding as to whether large public infrastructure projects often go over budget.
Vague as to large infrastructure projects.
Argumentative as to age and sex.
And I think that reference well, let's strike that part of the reference in the question, but otherwise I'll allow the question. Ms. Pryor, in your professional experience, now I need you, Mr. Keeling, to insert in your professional experience.
Would you agree that public infrastructure projects often go over budget?
I would need a definition of often.
How about ever?
Ever? Yes.
Assuming the DCP goes over budget, do you know at what point the project would no longer be advantageous for Zone 7? That is, at what point would it not pencil for Zone 7?
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Ms. Pryor.
I don't know.
So and you're not aware of a cost per acre foot at which, and I'm talking variable, not your fixed overhead, cost per acre foot at which the DCP would no longer pencil for Zone 7. You don't know that.
No.
You have not done that analysis.
No.
In your opinion, given your position and responsibilities, is that an analysis Zone 7 should have done?
No.
Is that an analysis you think Zone 7 should do before it's asked to commit to construction financing?
We will do quite a bit of analysis before we commit to construction financing. It would be over a variety of factors, including financial and water supply reliability factors.
Okay. Slide 14 of your PowerPoint addressed seismic risk, as I recall. Am I correct in believing that you relied entirely upon DWR modeling for that testimony?
Yes.
Zone 7 has done no independent analysis of seismic risk, has it?
We have not done independent analysis of seismic risk to the state water project.
Have you done any independent analysis of seismic risk to infrastructure within Zone 7 at all?
Yes.
Please describe that analysis. I don't mean in detail. Give me an overview.
The analysis was done before my time at Zone 7, so I'm not intimately familiar with it, but it was a review of Zone 7 facilities such as pipelines, water treatment plants, water tanks, to determine if there should be improvements for seismic resiliency.
Do you know what conclusion, if any, that study came to?
Again, the study was before my time, but staff told me that there were some minor improvements made, but the general sense was the infrastructure was seismically resilient.
Okay. Earlier today, I believe you testified that by Zone 7's analysis, recycled water costs are higher than DCP water. Did I remember that correctly?
I testified that in our 2022 water supply evaluation, the per acre foot cost of a potable reuse option was slightly more than the cost for DCP.
Okay. Well, since there is currently no DCP and no DCP water, am I correct in my understanding that what you meant was that projected recycled water costs at the time the DCP operations commence would be higher than DCP water? Am I correct?
This was done as part of our 2022 water supply evaluation, and for each of the projects under consideration, a per acre foot cost was developed for at the time the project went into operation.
Okay, so it was a projection forward and a comparison of apples to apples. That is to say, the cost of recycled water at the time DCP operations commence and state water project at that time, correct?
The calculation would have been at the cost for the DCP when the DCP went into operation, and the cost for a potable reuse operation at the time that the potable reuse option went into operation.
In that calculation, what assumption did you make about the total cost of the DCP?
For all of the options, they would have been at the last cost estimate available for each of the projects.
So if, for example, instead of 21 billion, the DCP actually costs 40 billion, your conclusion about that comparison might change. Am I right?
Incomplete hypothetical assumes facts not in evidence.
Of course, it assumes facts not in evidence, and it is a complete hypothetical.
Overruled. I'll allow it to the extent you can answer. Please, Ms. Pryor.
At the next time we evaluate the cost options for these projects or do a water supply evaluation update, for each of the options under consideration, the last published cost estimate will be used.
And I appreciate your effort to answer the question. Let me ask it again. Assuming, for the sake of this hypothetical, that the actual cost of the DCP is, say, twice what the last estimate given by DWR is, wouldn't that change your calculus as to the relative expense of recycled water and state water project water?
Incomplete hypothetical doesn't tell us the price or assume that there could be any increase in recycled water.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think you can address those concerns, Ms. Pryor, in your response.
For every project under consideration, at the time that we do an analysis or make decisions, we will use the latest cost increase. The value of the project will be a combination of water supply reliability benefits and cost.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. I want to go on to Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace, and by the way, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You are responsible, are you not, for tracking Kern County Water Agency's water supply from the State Water Project, which is provided to the agency's 13 member units and ID number 4. Are you not?
That is correct. I'm the State Water Project Manager.
Yeah, NID means Improvement District.
That is correct.
Thank you. Are there contracts between the agency on the one hand and the 13 member units and ID 4 on the other that govern the relationship between the agency and those member units and ID 4?
We do have contracts with our member units.
Okay. And I may be asking repetitive questions here. I missed part of today's earlier testimony, technical issues. Do all the member units currently support the agency's financial investment in the DCP?
So this question was asked earlier, and for the planning costs, 12 of the 14 have elected to continue to participate in the planning costs associated with the Delta Conveyance project.
Have any of the member units refused to date to commit to funding the DCP?
For the planning costs, 2 of the member units have elected not to participate.
Which units are those?
Let's see, it's Henry Miller Water District and Kern Delta Water District.
Thank you. Do you have an understanding as to why those particular districts have not signed on to continued funding of the DCP?
Cause for speculation.
Overruled.
So as I mentioned earlier today, the agency does not get involved in the decision-making process that the member units do. We provide them with information, but ultimately it's on a member unit by member unit basis.
Thank you. In your opinion, as the State Water Project Manager at Kern County Water Agency, under the 1963 long-term contract between the agency and DWR, as amended, would the member units that do not support the DCP be required to pay a portion of the cost of the DCP design and construction despite their opposition, assuming the project is built?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
And with that note, you can go ahead and respond, please, Mr. Wallace.
I'm not an attorney. I don't feel comfortable responding on that.
To your knowledge, have those 2 units been told by the agency that they will be required to pay their proportionate share, notwithstanding their opposition?
Can you repeat the question?
Have you been told? Well, strike that. Have those 2 member units been told by the agency that they will be required to pay their proportionate share of the project, notwithstanding their opposition?
So no decisions have been made on the construction of the project. So I don't find that question relevant.
Okay, we'll change it then. Assuming the project becomes operational, comes to fruition, have those member units been told that they will be required to pay a proportionate share?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
I don't think it's a hypothetical, is it, Mr. My understanding of the question is whether or not, to your knowledge, Mr. Wallace, these 2 member units have been told by the water agency that they would be required to pay their proportionate share if the DCP is constructed and becomes operational. I don't think it's a hypothetical.
It's asked and answered then.
I haven't heard it answered and I haven't heard it asked.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Wallace, please, if you have a response.
So to make sure I understand your question, has the agency told the 2-member units that have elected to not participate in the planning costs that they would be required to pay for the project?
Yes.
And again, so all that has been decided to this point is on the planning costs, and we have not told those 2-member units that they have to pay for the planning costs.
Okay. Have they been told that they would need to pay their share if it goes to construction costs?
We haven't gotten to that point. So that I don't find that question relevant.
I think, Mr. Wallace, it sounds like the answer is no, but if you would please state whether or not, to your knowledge, those units have been told the information.
No, they have not been told.
Okay.
But again, we're not asking about the construction of the project.
I was not asking about the construction. I was asking what those 2-member units have been told. And it was a yes or no question.
Well, it
I
sounds like
apologize. I misinterpreted the question then.
In paragraph 10, it's at page 3 of State Water Contractor Exhibit 300, and also in slide 6 of Exhibit 301, you describe the agency's financial investment in the DCP's planning and environmental review through 2025 as follows. $38.2 million in the initial planning efforts for the DCP and an additional $34.2 million in planning efforts for 2 prior Delta conveyance proposals. Did I get that correct?
Would you pull up the language?
Well, I think slide 6 of Exhibit 301 rather shows it.
Ms. Mullen, if we can pull up, there we have it. It's coming. Thank you.
Yes, that is correct.
And then in addition, more recently, the agency committed to approximately $32.6 million in additional planning costs for 2026 and 2027. Is that correct?
That is correct.
One of those prior Delta conveyance proposals referred to was the Bay Delta Conveyance Program, known as the BDCP. Am I right about that?
That was before my time, but I believe you're correct.
And that program never came to fruition, did it?
No, it did not.
Do you have an understanding? I'm only asking for your understanding. Do you have an understanding as to why it didn't come to fruition?
I do not. I was not. I don't even believe I was with the agency at that time.
Well, the other project referred to, prior project, would have been California Water Fix. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And like the BDCP, that program never came to fruition. Am I right?
That is correct.
Do you have an understanding as to why California Water Fix never came to fruition?
Again, that was not really part of my responsibility at that point in time.
Okay. Based on your experience and position as State Water Project Manager for Kern County Water Agency, do you have an understanding of the rights and obligations of the agency under the 1963 contract as amended?
Yes, I have general knowledge of the contract.
Under that contract, if the agency decided to withdraw its support of the DCP, and assuming the DCP were built anyway, would the agency nonetheless be required to pay a share of DCP costs?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Fine.
To the extent you have an understanding, Mr. Wallace, you can respond.
I'm not an attorney. I don't have a response.
So you don't know if Kern County Water Agency would be required to pay its proportionate share, even if it didn't want to, if the tunnel is built?
Asked and answered. Argumentative.
I want to make sure I understand his answer.
It's fair. Go ahead, Mr. Wallace.
Again, I'm not an attorney. I don't have a response to that question.
What does Kern County Water Agency currently pay for state water project water per acre foot?
I don't have that specific number. It varies dependent upon the allocation for that year.
Do you have an estimate of what Kern County Water Agency will be paying for state water project water if the DCP becomes operational?
I don't have that number in front of me.
Do you have an opinion as to whether state water project water would be affordable if the for your agency if the tunnel is built?
Vague as to affordable.
I think I'll look to you, Mr. Keeling. You came up with a definition or a workaround last time, please.
Well, where this poor country boy comes from, the word affordable is normally understood by people. Is there a point, Mr. Wallace, at which the project will not pencil for your agency? Do you understand that?
I mean, I think that's I would be speculating if I gave an answer.
So at this point, you're not sure whether the DCP is a financially viable proposition for your agency.
Our member units are the ones that make the decision in terms of the affordability of the project, and they are gathering information, conducting analysis, but no decisions have been made at this time on whether to participate in the construction of the project.
Thank you. I take it Kern County Water Agency has done some sort of analysis as to the advantages or disadvantages of purchasing state water project water once the DCP becomes operational. Am I right about that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, have you done any analysis suggesting that state water project after the DCP will be will be you could buy it at a cost that's acceptable to you?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to acceptable. I assume we mean to the agency, not to Mr. Wallace, but it's vague as to acceptable.
Well, Mr. Wallace is not here in his own capacity. He's here in his capacity with the agency. So yes, I mean the agency.
I think the best way I can answer the question is that, again, our member units are the ones that are making the determination as to the affordability and their participation level in the project. The agency itself is not involved in those discussions or decisions. It's within the member units and their boards.
Using the word affordability as you just used it, do you agree that if the cost of the DCP doubles from its current estimate, that would affect your agency's affordability? The affordability of the water for your agency?
I would be speculating as to what that looks like in the future.
Do you think that's an analysis Kern County Water Agency should have made at this point, given all the money it's already invested in the planning stage?
Our member units are the ones that are doing the analysis to determine their participation.
Well, suppose the DCP, like the two prior Delta Water Conveyance projects you mentioned, never comes to fruition. Has Kern County Water Agency planned for that contingency?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Supposing that the DCP, like the two prior Delta water conveyance programs you mentioned, never comes to fruition, has Kern County Water Agency planned for that contingency?
I would expect that our member units, as they're evaluating the analysis for their participation in this project, that they would look at the alternative scenarios to participating in the project and plan accordingly.
Does the agency, as distinct from its member units, does the agency do its own analysis of these issues?
Again, the process within the agency for participating in this project, it rolls up the elected participation of the member units. So therefore, it's the member units analysis and their participation that ultimately drives the agency's decision at what level to participate in the planning at this point in time. And when the time comes to evaluate whether or not to participate in the construction of the project.
So if I were to ask you what Kern County Water Agency's plans for a future in which it receives no additional water through the operation of the DCP were, you would again defer to the member units' decision making?
Can you please repeat the question?
Well, if I were to ask you, what are Kern County Water Agency's plans for a future in which it receives no additional water through operation of the DCP, do I correctly infer from your prior responses that you would again defer to the member agencies, the member units' decision making? Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
Based on your testimony so far about where the decision making is really made, if I were to ask you, what are our Kern County Water Agency's plans for a future in which it receives no additional water through operations of the DCP, is it true that you would defer to the member units' decision making rather than answer my question?
Objection, argumentative to the last part.
Mr. Keeling, do you care to rephrase the last piece of that? I'm not sure what you meant, actually.
Well, so far, Mr. Wallace has deferred to the member units when it comes to critical decision making. I'm simply asking if he would do that again if I were to ask the following question. What are Kern County Water Agency's plans for a future in which it receives no additional water through operation of the DCP?
And Mr. Keeling, the reason this question is difficult to answer is because of the 14 member units, they all have different water supply portfolios. And so there's not a blanket answer that can address this question. It really is kind of a member unit by member unit analysis that takes place in terms of whether they have local supplies, how they are managing groundwater. So I myself can't answer that in a blanket, response. It's a very nuanced approach as to how that would be addressed in the future.
Mr. Wallace, I appreciate that more expansive explanation of the decision making at Kern County Water Agency. Thank you. And I have no further questions for you. I have just a few for Dr. Chang. Dr. Chang, what does Coachella Valley Water District currently pay for state water project water per acre foot?
Mr. Kaling, it really highly depends on the type allocation year it is.
Do you happen to know what it's paying this year, 2025?
Let's see. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
2024?
Again, I don't have that information in front of me.
You don't have a range or an approximation for me?
I'm trying to remember what 2024 year was in terms of like the allocation.
Do you have an estimate of what Coachella Valley Water District will be paying for State Water Project water if the DCP is built and operating?
I don't have a current estimate because the numbers are still in flux.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the DCP makes fiscal sense, financial sense for your water district?
Vague as to fiscal sense.
I'll overrule it.
Does it
Go
pencil?
ahead, please.
So, Mr. Keeling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying, which is from a fiscal perspective, does it make sense for us to recommend participation in the Delta Conveyance project?
That is correct. That's the question.
Well, as we stand, it does make sense because looking forward, the delivery capability report from Department of Water Resources has provided a future where the reliability will be decreasing, and these projects take quite a long time to germinate, as you talked about. So right now, the decision making is it makes sense for us to be engaged in the planning process so that at the time that we need to make a decision, we have the best available information. Again, we don't expect the future to remain static to compare it to where we are today.
All of the information underlying your response comes from DWR, am I correct?
The portions that are related to the State Water Project, yes, comes from DWR.
So your district has done no independent analysis with respect to whether it makes financial sense for you to participate in the DCP.
When you say independent analysis, could you clarify?
I mean an analysis that is not based on information from DWR.
The non-DWR information, I think we talked about perhaps like the state water contractors, having some input into that process as well.
In the case of Coachella Valley Water District, what information did you get from the state water contractors that did not come from DWR?
Again, I think DWR has a set analysis, and I don't really fully understand what the degree of separation the state water contractors have from DWR. But my understanding is there are some independent confirmations that are done on part of the state water contractors. But that, again, you're asking for my opinion.
Mr. Chang, Dr. Chang, thank you very much. I have no further questions of you or of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keeling.
Now, do I have to do something to get unpromoted or unelevated?
No, we
All right.
de-promote you independently. Thank you, Mr.
I'm almost sorry I asked that question.
It looks like I have South Delta and Central Delta Water Agency next, and then my understanding is that CWEN would follow. I will look to Mr. Reese. Do I have that right?
You do.
Great.
You
Then
do.
please feel free to ask your questions of these witnesses.
I will do so, and they have been reduced significantly by particularly Mr. Keeling's questions. But I'm going to start with Ms. Pryor. Good afternoon, Ms. Pryor. My name is Dean Reese, and I'm an attorney for Central Delta and South Delta Water Agency and other private landowners in this matter. Looking at page 5, line 14 of your testimony, you say that agriculture within the agency is completely dependent on deliveries through the SWP. So are you saying that agriculture within your agency is a single source water, only surface water through the SWP?
The best of my knowledge, yes.
And how long has that been the case?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you know who would know the answer to that?
I do not know who would know the answer to that. But since the State Water Project came online in Zone 7 in 1962, that has been the source of water supply for agriculture.
Okay. So in response to my question as to whether or not ag within Zone 7 is single source, you said to the best of your knowledge. Do you have some reason to believe that it's not single source, that there's another supply of water for ag in Zone 7?
I don't have any reason to believe that. Typically, we focus on, the large amount of ag that gets its water from our State Water Project turnouts, but I cannot say that there might not be an independent well somewhere in our service area that serves some amount of agriculture.
Okay. But your testimony is pretty clear that said it's completely dependent. So you're saying that might not be the case. There might be some individual wells out there that you're not aware of.
Yeah, I have no basis for that. But I could not testify that there's not some private well out there that somebody's growing something off of.
Okay.
But as far as I know, our agriculture region gets its water from turnouts from the South Bay Aqueduct State Water Project provided by Zone 7.
Okay. And the reason that it would be almost all dependent or single source as opposed to using groundwater is because of the boron content. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many acres of agricultural land are planted within Zone 7?
I believe it's around 3,000 acres. I believe that was in my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. And how many of that, generally, percentage-wise, generally, how many of that is wine grapes?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you know how many acres of agricultural land were planted in Zone 7 in 2010?
No.
Do you know since 2015 if the number of ag acres within Zone 7, planted agricultural acres within Zone 7 have increased or decreased?
I don't know.
Do you know who would know that within Zone 7?
I don't know that we have that answer readily available at Zone 7. We would reach out to various associations in the area to ask about that.
Okay, and do you know how much agricultural users within Zone 7 are paying on average per acre foot now for water through the agency via the State Water Project?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that on average today?
I don't have the exact number readily available, but it seems to me that it might be around $400 per acre foot. But that's an order of magnitude number.
That's fair. I appreciate that. And I did hear your prior testimony, but I just need to ask and make sure that there isn't some information there. Do you know or have a projection of how much agricultural users within Zone 7 would pay per water per acre foot on an average basis if the DCP became operational?
We have not calculated that.
Do you intend to calculate that at some point?
Yes.
But you have not calculated that as part of part of the agency's continued decision to continue to commit to funding to the DCP process, correct?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, you have not done that, or Zone 7 has not done that analysis being a projection of how much water costs will increase for agricultural users within Zone 7. You haven't done that as part of the agency's continued decision to move forward with DCP funding, though, correct?
An analysis of how much DCP will cost on agricultural rates when
Yes.
it's operational?
Yes.
No.
Okay. In response to a question by Mr. Keeling regarding the 22% decrease of reliability, if you will, without the DCP, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify, you indicated that analysis was not that analysis was done by Dr. Chilla-McCurry, not by Zone 7, correct?
Not by Zone 7, correct.
Has Zone 7 done such an analysis as part of this DCP project?
No.
Does Zone 7 agree with Dr. Chilla-McCurry's analysis?
Yes.
And what is that? What is your agreement or concurrence with his analysis based on?
Based on his work with DWR and his knowledge of modeling.
Does Zone 7 intend to do its own analysis, similar, or to check or to corroborate what corroborate Dr. Chilla-McCurry's analysis?
No.
At no point?
At this time, we are not planning to do that.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions now for Mr. or Dr. Chang. Good afternoon, Dr. Chang. Looking at page 5 of your testimony, and about line, let's see, 4, you say the DCP will help mitigate variability in SWP supplies to CVWD at the same time as CVWD continues to reduce reliance on Delta water supplies. Do you see that?
I am trying to pull it up. I wonder if, may I ask
Sure. We could put that.
Ms. Mullen, if you would please bring up SWC 7. It's already here, 700.
Okay, you see that now, Dr. Chang?
And you said line 4, Mr. Rees?
Yeah, line 4 through line 5.
Yes, I see it.
All right. Do you consider, if the DCP were built and became operational, do you consider water that your agency receive through the DCP project to be Delta water supply?
The water supply, okay, well,
And let me ask a better question. I'm trying to reconcile. You say here that at the same time as CVWD continues to reduce reliance on Delta water supplies, my thought process is that the DCP, if it were to be built and your agency were to use it, rely on it for decades and decades to come, that would be the opposite of reducing reliance on Delta water supply. So my question is, do you consider, if the DCP were built, to be distinct from Delta water supply, sort of as its own project that takes water before it gets to the Delta?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm just asking him about what he means in his testimony.
Understood. Go ahead, Mr. Chang.
right. I think this statement is, to convey the thought that we do not know what future water supplies hold. Speaking for our agency only, we're basing our decision on a future that without, so I believe that future we will be getting less supplies, even with the Delta Conveyance project, based on DWR's delivery capability report. So from a volumetric standpoint and percentage standpoint, I don't know which one's going to govern at that point. But the Delta Reform Act, spells out a couple of different criteria for reduced reliance. And I think the agencies, we're all trying to tease our way through what that looks like. So I think the intent here is, because we don't know what the future looks like, we're keeping that thought process in mind as we're going forward, and understand that, yes, there is this facet of reducing reliance on that water supply. But then, I think mitigating variability, we know that, to be a certain, with climate change that's in place, if we don't do something, the water supply that we're going to get, certainly will be curtailed in a significant manner.
Are you done with your answer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So just to clarify, then you do consider water that would come through the DCP to be Delta water supply?
I don't know what the legal definition is.
Okay, well, I understand that. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. If it's not Delta water supply, what would you consider it to be?
I would say that would be existing Sacramento supply.
Okay. Then do you have an opinion, as you said here today, whether would be existing Sacramento supply or Delta water supply?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes, it was. Would you like me to repeat it?
Please.
Yeah. So then it sounds like from your testimony, the choices are it's either Delta water supply or existing Sacramento supply. So my question is, as you sit here today, do you have an opinion as to whether DCP water would be Delta water supply or existing Sacramento supply?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to Sacramento supply.
That's the term the witness used.
So overrule the objection.
Well, Mr. Reeves, I guess the best way I can answer this is there, this is, there is no new water supply that we're talking about here. I think what we're talking about, with this is it's the same supply, just conveyed a different way.
Okay, so you're saying this doesn't create any new water, it's the same supply. Is that what you're saying?
Misstates testimony.
Overruled. Is that accurately, Mr. Chang, does that accurately reflect what you were trying to say in response to Mr. Reese?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, I can try.
Thank you.
So I was restating what I thought your testimony was, which was that DCP doesn't produce new water supply. It's the same supply, just conveyed differently. Is that what your testimony was?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not trying to belabor this. I'm just trying to get clarification. And I'm going to try again. Would you consider today DCP water supplies, Sacramento supply, as you termed it, or Delta water supply?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to supply. I can't tell if the question is source of water or like a water supply, and that's where I'm getting confused.
I was just using his term.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
The record is not clear because
Okay.
I think the witness and the questioner are talking past each other. If it's source of water, which seem to be the questions, or water supply as in amounts.
Well, let me try this. Dr. Chang, you mentioned earlier, the word existing Sacramento supply. When you say that, do you mean existing source water, the source of the water being the Sacramento River?
Yes, it's the same supply, same source as what, without the project.
Okay. So then as you sit here today, would you consider, in your opinion, DCP water to be sourced by the Sacramento River, or would it be sourced by the Delta and therefore Delta supply?
I'm trying to tease out. Are you okay? So is the question the origin of this water, or?
Well, yes, and in the context of your testimony that we highlighted or that we pulled up, yeah, and with respect to the context of your testimony, yes.
Right. I think what I meant here was the origin of this water that, comes down from the Feather Rivers, through the Sacramento River.
Okay. So then is your testimony that the DCP water is the origin of that water would be the river that comes down, the water that comes down the Sacramento River, et cetera, such that it's not Delta water supply?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm just trying to help the witness explain or answer the questions that I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection because I think we're all genuinely trying to get to the bottom of the testimony that we're looking at here. So if you understand the question, please go ahead, Mr. Chang.
Right. So, yes, I mean, the origin of this Delta water supply, as I meant it here, is still the same source as what it is today.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on past that. Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Wallace, most of which were asked by Mr. Keeling. Good afternoon, Mr. Wallace.
Good afternoon.
How many acres, and sorry if you've already provided this, sir, how many acres does the agency serve in terms of agriculture acreage now?
I don't have that answer in front of me.
Okay. Do you have an order of magnitude?
I don't. I apologize.
Okay, and who would have that information?
I'm sure we could reach out to the Kern County Farm Bureau and get that information.
And do you know by an order of magnitude? Well, I should first ask this. Has the amount of planted acreage within Kern County Water Agency increased since 1963?
I should probably know the answer to this question, but I actually don't. A lot of the local, land use, that's not part of my purview. So I don't actually know the answer to that question.
Do you know what percentage of crops within Kern County Water Agency service area, which is member units, I understand, are permanent crops?
I don't have that mix, no.
Is there, if I wanted or anybody wanted to get answers to these questions that I'm asking that you don't have the information for, is there somebody else within Kern County Water Agency or a specific person within one of the member units that would have this information?
I know this information exists. It's either the Farm Bureau or there's other entities within Kern County that aggregate all of that information.
Okay. Do you have a feel as to whether or not the percentage of permanent crops planted within Kern County Water Agency has increased or decreased since 1963?
Again, I'm not a farmer, and haven't. I don't have that information.
I'm sorry. What is your role at the agency?
I'm the State Water Project Manager.
And the majority of the customers that Kern County Water Agency serves are agricultural customers. Is that right?
Yes.
You know how often the agency has received 100% allocation of Table A water since 1963?
I do not know the answer to that question.
How about same question, but for 70% allocation?
I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I know that information exists.
Okay, so if I asked you the same thing for 50, 40, 30%, you wouldn't know that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Let me just look at my notes again. A lot of these questions were asked, so I'm not going to try not to waste time. Yeah, and I don't know if I asked you this, forgive me if I did. Do you know on average, on an average basis, what agricultural users within the agency are paying per acre foot for water now?
I don't have that average. It depends on the water year type, and it also depends on what percentage of the State Water Project makes up their existing portfolio of water supplies.
Okay. Do you know how much any particular agency, a member unit agency, is paying per acre foot for water now, for agricultural use in this year?
I do not.
Okay. And then you expect that the per acre foot costs would increase on an average basis if and when the DCP were ever built and operational?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you expect, in your opinion, that the per acre foot costs for agricultural users on an average basis within your agency will increase as a result of the DCP if it were ever built?
I mean, I think that would be speculating a little bit on what future water supplies would cost. So I can't answer that question specifically.
And I know that in response to Mr. Keeling's questions, you didn't have information in terms of, at what point the project could be considered unaffordable or wouldn't pencil. So I heard that and I get that. So I'm just going to try this. Do you have an opinion as to how much how much an agricultural user could pay per acre foot on an average basis when this project is built and still remain economically viable?
Calls for speculation.
Asking if you have an opinion.
I'll allow it. Please go ahead.
We don't really get into the member unit's decision-making process. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it that they have to factor in with their analysis and what, pencils out, I guess, to answer that question.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I have probably a bad question. I'm asking you based on what you do and where you are and your role, and considering that most of the customers within Kern County Water District are agricultural users, do you have an opinion? Let's say today the per acre foot cost on average is X. Do you have an opinion how much that could increase? The per acre foot cost could increase for farming to remain economically viable for folks down there, for farmers down there.
Incomplete hypothetical.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the objection. What was that?
Incomplete hypothetical. We're assuming average across. There's different types of crops. There's different crop costs. And so it's speculative and an incomplete hypothetical.
It's not a hypothetical. I'm just asking if he has an opinion as to how much more folks could pay per acre foot in his service area for farming to still be economically viable.
Go ahead.
I don't have an opinion on this, but I agree with Ms. Morris that there's so many factors that are involved that that would be very difficult to answer.
Okay, fair enough. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Chang and Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Reese. I will next turn, I believe, to Seawin. Is that Mr. Moore? If you are ready to be up next, Mr. Moore, if you would please raise your virtual hand. There we go. Thank you. And to my hearing team, will you please elevate Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, I think you need to accept, if you received an invite to become a panelist, I think you need to accept, and that should bring you up. There we are. Mr. Moore, you're welcome to come on camera and off of mute. There we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, and you are welcome to ask questions of these witnesses.
My apologies. I had to redo something for it to work. I'm Roger Moore, and I am asking questions on behalf of Protestant California Water Impact Network. And my task has been made, I think, significantly easier by my Protestant colleagues that have preceded me in Cross-X. There may be a slight overlap, but I will try to avoid that. And I will first have questions for Mr. Chang. I'm sorry, I'm wrong order. I'm going to start with Mr. Wallace. And Ms. Mullen, I'm hoping that we can pull up the testimony for Mr. Wallace. Okay, and let's start on page 2, paragraph 7. Mr. Wallace, and I think there will be a little bit of overlap here, but I'm referring to your statement in lines 24 to 26, referring to the Delta Conveyance project as very important to the agency. And I believe I understood from your prior answers that you had confirmed that Kern County Water Agency has not yet made a final decision on whether or not to approve the Delta Conveyance project itself, correct?
That is correct.
So I am also assuming from that Kern County Water Agency is still reserving its opportunity to make that final call as to whether or not it is sufficiently important to make that commitment when it makes that decision. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have not made a decision on the participation in the construction of the project.
And I understood you to say that that will be a board decision, correct?
It's actually a member unit decision. They make that decision along with their boards, and then that gets rolled up to the agency board in aggregate.
Okay, so if the member units or a substantial number of them do not want to go forward with the project, that then becomes part of the final decision-making process, correct?
The final decision process at the agency is an aggregation of the member units' participation.
Thank you. Let's go on to paragraph 8, lines 11 and 12. This is on, I think, page 3. And actually, it's 10 to 12. I'll be referencing. Your testimony indicates the DCP will enhance the reliability of the SWP supplies that I'm assuming the agency received compared to the supplies in the absence of the DCP. And then it says, my testimony is informed by paragraph 7 to 10 of SWC-100. And in that paragraph 7 to 10 that you're referencing of SWC 100, am I correct in understanding that that is referencing the prior testimony of Dr. Chilmacurry on behalf of the state water contractors?
That is correct.
And am I also correct in understanding from your testimony that Kern County Water Agency has not conducted its own independent studies separate from that information in Dr. Chilmacurry's testimony regarding the DCP benefits to the state water project?
Would you please repeat the question?
Let me try to rephrase it. I'm going to try to get it more precise. You indicate that your testimony is informed by the reference portions of Dr. Chilmacurry's testimony regarding the DCP benefits. Does your testimony also reference and rely on some independent review by Kern County Water Agency itself?
No, my testimony does not rely on an independent analysis.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go ahead to paragraph 10. And I'm going to refer to a sentence you have in lines 24 to 26. The agency's financial commitment underscores the importance of the DCP to the agency's water supply and its water operations and management efforts. So if I understood from your prior response regarding the lack of a final decision, you're presenting, and correct me if I'm wrong in understanding this, you're presenting um, the views of Kern County Water Agency at this point through your testimony, but not representing that as a final determination relating to what you refer to in this sentence. That is the importance of the DCP to the agency's water supply and water operations and management efforts, correct? You're not trying to substitute your opinion here for that to be made determination. Am I correct?
Can you please repeat the question?
Okay, I'll try to make it simpler. You've referred here again to the importance of the DCP and indicated that the agency's financial commitment exemplifies that. And I was referring again to the statement that you just made on the lack of a final decision so far from Kern County Water Agency on whether or not to approve the project.
Yes, at this point in time, we have not made a decision on participation in the construction of the project.
Okay, thank you. Now, since you're referring to financial commitment of the agency here, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to make clear that I am not asking you for any sort of legal opinion about this, but I'm wondering, what is your general understanding if the agency were to finally commit to the DCP, how would the financing of that work for Kern County Water Agency? In other words, how would the charges uh, that are attributable to the agency get charged and collected?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
Noted. Go ahead. You may respond.
Can you repeat? I guess my understanding is the department would bill us based on our participation percentage.
And do you have any understanding about whether Kern County Water Agency would only be charged if it consents to move forward with the project, or might be charged anyway?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney. I don't know the answer to that question.
And again, I am not and will not in what follows try to get a legal opinion from you on this. But are you generally aware that there are pending disputes relating to the subject of whether whether state water project uh, charges can go forward for the Delta Conveyance project?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you aware of whether there are pending disputes now about whether the Delta Conveyance project is a state water project facility that can be is a facility that can be lawfully charged with the state water project?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm just asking if he's aware if there are disputes on this subject, not what his opinion on those would be.
And I'll allow the question.
I'm not aware of the legal disputes. Sorry, I'm not aware of legal disputes.
Are you aware of whether DWR has filed validation actions on the subject of in an attempt to validate revenue bond resolutions for their Delta Conveyance program?
I am aware of the validation process, but not to the legal aspects of it.
Understood. Okay, I would like to pull up CWIN exhibit CWIN 200. And this exhibit is a final statement of decision and judgment in the validation action that you can see in front of you here, in which on January 16th, 2024, the Sacramento County Superior Court issued its decision and judgment ruling against DWR's validation action. Am I correct in assuming that you did not review that statement of decision and judgment in preparing your testimony?
I have not reviewed this, no.
Okay. And in the validation action, are you aware whether some of the Kern County Water Agency member units filed an answer and participated in the proceedings opposing DWR's validation?
I am aware, yes, that some did, but I don't know the specifics.
Would you be surprised if you found out that 12 of the member units opposed DWR?
I knew that some did.
Your testimony in paragraph 1 indicated that there are 13 member units of Kern County Water Agency. Does it not?
We have 13 plus improvement District 4. We sometimes refer to them as 14, yes.
Okay. I'd now like to bring up exhibit CWIN-201. And I wonder if we can scroll down or minimize the size or something so you can see the caption of the case. Okay. And Mr. Wallace, what I have on the screen now is another validation action on Delta Conveyance program revenue bonds filed by the Department of Water Resources this January. Am I correct in understanding that you did not review this complaint in preparing your testimony?
I have not reviewed this, no.
And do you happen to know whether the Kern County Water Agency is participating in this proceeding?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, I'd like to pull up exhibit CWIN-202. And what we have on the screen now, Mr. Wallace, is an answer to DWR's validation 2020, I'm sorry, the 2025 validation complaint that was just on the screen on Delta Conveyance Program revenue bonds. And this is the answer Kern County Water Agency filed on March 25th, 2025. If we could we go up to the top of that page again? Okay, and Mr. Wallace, can you see from the caption that this pleading was filed by Kern County Water Agency on March 25th, 2025?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to page 3 of this document, numbered paragraph 3, which is you'll need to scroll down just a little bit. Thank you. Can you see in the third paragraph here that there is the following sentence? Kern County Water Agency denies the allegations to the extent that they imply DWR is permitted or legally authorized to require KCWA to reimburse DWR for any costs associated with the Delta Conveyance Program's capital costs or the Delta Conveyance Program revenue bonds through KCWA's long-term supply contract without KCWA's consent. Mr. Wallace, does that correctly match what you can see on the screen?
That matches, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to ask your legal opinion about what is in this sentence, but I'm going to ask you this question. If it turns out that Kern County Water Agency's final decision is to not approve the Delta Conveyance project, in your opinion, would it be unfair to charge Kern County Water Agency's ratepayers for the costs of that conveyance?
Objection. Lacks foundation. Movement laid the foundation about who pays or the ratepayers. Calls for speculation. I know it's for his opinion, but it is an opinion of a legal position.
Adjoin.
I'm going to ask a different question, Mr. Moore, which is I'd like to understand where you're going. What's the relevance of Mr. Wallace's opinion on the fairness of this?
It relates to Kern County Water Agency's financial risks associated with the state water project, and the potential exposure of ratepayers to unconsented costs relates to the public interest issues in this proceeding, among others.
I think that's fine, Mr. Moore. I don't see the relevance of Mr. Wallace's opinion of the fairness of it.
We're almost done with this line of questioning, if that helps at all.
Well, why don't you move on to the next one? If let's avoid the fairness question, please.
Mr. Wallace, I'll simply ask in the sentence that I referred to, am I correct in understanding that you did not review that in connection with preparing your testimony here?
I did not review this, no.
Okay. Mr. Wallace, are you aware of whether DWR representatives have ever suggested that state water contractors that have not consented to uh, 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 be part of the Delta Conveyance project might still be charged?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Are you aware of whether representatives of the Department of Water Resources have ever indicated that that state water contractors that do not end up agreeing to be part of the Delta Conveyance project might still be charged for the costs of it?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back to your testimony now, and specifically to paragraph 2 on page 1.
I think we want
And if we can
SWP.
scroll down a little
Oh,
bit,
Are we going to
have
SWC
No,
300?
sorry, that's Mr. Chang or Dr. Chang's.
Okay, could we scroll down just a little bit so that we can see all of paragraph 2? Okay, Mr. Wallace, there's a sentence in here that between, let's see, 14 and 18. I'm not going to read the whole thing, and I believe it's been the subject of some discussion already today. But it refers to Kern County Water Agency's state water project contract and water supply contracts with its member units. Do you know if those contracts have any of them have been presented as exhibits in this proceeding?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Nearer to the end of this sentence that I'm referring to, there is a reference to the agricultural and municipal and industrial uses of Kern County Water Agency's member units. Do you see that in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe there was some discussion already on this with Mr. Reese. Did I follow correctly that you're not aware yourself of the specifics of the the amount of agricultural acreage uh, in your Kern County Water Agency that are devoted to permanent crops? Sorry, I can rephrase it if I botched the English language a little too much. Do you want me to repeat? a little more simply, or did you follow my question?
I followed your question. I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I think as I had mentioned earlier, I do know there are entities that keep tabs on all of that and have updated information, and I know we could get that information.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to bring up Exhibit CWIN 203. And Mr. Wallace, can you see from the title that this is the 2023 Kern County Agricultural Crop Report?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll down the page a little bit. Okay, Mr. Wallace, can you see that this document comes from the Kern County Department of Agriculture and Measurement Standards?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move ahead on this document to, I believe it's pages 5 and 6 of the PDF, which, if my notes are right, is pages 2 to 3 of the report. And Mr. Wallace, do you see that what's referred to here is the permanent acreage that was attributable to certain listed crops in 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see on the first line there that the 2023 total figure for almonds is 212,480 acre feet?
Sorry. Is that I don't know the units.
Okay, assuming that the units here, oh, I'm sorry, I botched it. So I'm not surprised that you're confused. I meant to say acres rather than acre feet.
Okay. I assume that is the what they're referring to here. Yes.
Okay. Now let's scroll down one more page.
I'm going to lodge an objection that this lacks foundation. The witness hasn't testified that he's familiar with this document.
Noted. Let's see where the questioning goes.
On this page, Mr. Wallace, under the category of pistachios, do you see the line that refers to year 2023?
Yes.
And can you see in the right column that the total figure, the total 2023 figure for pistachios is 172,500 acres?
Yes.
Okay. Then, Ms. Mullen, if we can, let's go down the page a little bit, and I think there's a line called totals. Okay. And Mr. Wallace, can you see that do you see the line with the 2023 figures for totals?
I do. Yes.
Okay. And then do you see that on the far right column that the total figure for all the crops listed, including miscellaneous, for 2023 is 567,994 acres?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to go back to Mr. Wallace's testimony. And we're going to be on the top of page 2, near the end of paragraph 3. And Mr. Wallace, there's a sentence that says the agency has the second largest table A allocation behind only the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, and the agency is entitled to roughly 25% of the state water project's annual table A allocation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did I remember you testifying earlier, or if not, I'll just ask you, the you're not aware of any place that Kern County Water Agency State Water Project contract has been placed in the record?
Okay, sorry to ask a clarifying question on this, but also I think your previous question was related to a contract with our member units. Is that?
No, it was referring to, I was intending to ask about both Kern County Water Agency's contract with DWR and the reference to its contract with member units. My apologies if that wasn't clear.
Okay, so to clarify, I am not aware if either the contract with DWR or the contract with the member units is included. I do not know.
Do you have any awareness of whether in 2003 Kern County Water Agency's State Water Project contract was amended to make clear that the word entitlements should not be used in reference to the Table A figures?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Just asking if he's aware of an amendment of that nature.
I'm not. That's before I joined the agency. I'm not aware of the amendment.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for Mr. Wallace. And I'd now like to move on to Mr. Chang. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's one thing I forgot to refer to. If I can go back to Mr. Wallace one more time.
Certainly, go ahead.
Mr. Wallace, do you know if Kern County Water Agency has entered into an amendment with DWR extending the length of its State Water Project contract, extending the term of it?
Yes, I'm aware of the contract extension amendment.
Okay. I'd like to pull up, hang on a sec. Exhibit CWIN 204. And Mr. Wallace, can you see from the caption here that this is a resolution authorizing execution of an amendment to Kern County Water Agency's water supply contract?
Yes.
And if we can, let's go to page 2. And Mr. Wallace, can you see about, I think 2/3 of the way down the screen? Oh, I think we need to go down just a few more lines. Okay, thank you. Can you see a recital that indicates whereas DWR Director Carla Nemeth testified, and then it refers to the place of the testimony, confirming that a separate state water project water supply contract amendment would be required to charge for costs attributable to the California Water Fix project? Do you see where I am here?
Objection to the extent the document speaks for itself, and that's not what the document says.
Was that not what it says? Can we try, which part?
I'm sorry, there's two parts, so maybe we could be more clear about which whereas we're asking about.
I think
Okay,
so.
I'm actually gonna move on, I think, to the ones underneath. I'm trying to cut to the chase here. Mr. Wallace, do you see that the next whereas here indicates, whereas the agency has received a letter from DWR Director Carla Nemeth stating DWR will not directly or indirectly use amendment number 40 to charge the agency for costs attributable to any potential Delta Tunnel project without further amendment to the master contract that addresses the allocation of such costs among the contractors.
Yes, I see that.
Do you know whether Kern County Water Agency has entered into such a further contract amendment with DWR?
I am not aware of another amendment.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your patience here. I am now done with questions for Mr. Wallace for real. And now I really will go on to the testimony of Mr. Chang. And I'd like to begin on page 3 of your testimony. And on paragraph 7, starting on line 3, you state that Coachella Valley Water District has a right to receive up to a maximum of 138,350 acre feet of water per year, correct?
Yes.
And by that right to receive, you are referring to the allocation amounts referenced in Table A of Coachella's State Water Project contract?
That is the contract with DWR, correct?
Okay. Earlier today, there were questions about Coachella Valley Water District's operative urban water management plan. And I'm going to try not to overlap here. But I would like to bring up the exhibit that I believe was already introduced by DTEC 084. And Mr. Wallace, are you aware of whether this document provides any quantification of the amount of acre feet per year of water used regionally for golf course irrigation?
Mr. Moore, I just want to make sure that you're calling on me and not Mr. Wallace. I think you said
Oh, I
Wallace.
am so sorry. It's been a long day.
Sure.
You got me on that one. Yes. Mr. Chang, my apologies.
No. I haven't gone through this. So I would say I don't know.
Okay, let's scroll down to table 3-4, which I believe is on page 50 of the PDF, page 3-20 of the document or of the report, sorry. Okay. And Mr. Chang, you can see table 3-4, non-municipal water use in front of you?
Yes, I see it.
And do you see the figure for 2025 indicates that 200 indicates that 287,092 is the figure for agricultural irrigation and acre feet per year?
Yes, I see that number.
Okay, and do you see that the figure in acre feet per year for golf irrigation for 2025 underneath that is 106,075?
I see that number, yes.
If the DCP is not constructed, would you anticipate a reduction in water used for agricultural irrigation?
Calls for speculation.
Just to the extent you have an opinion, Mr. Chang.
Right. So just to rephrase what Mr. Moore said, if the DCP was not constructed, would we see a reduction in agricultural irrigation use? Is that
Would
correct?
you anticipate one?
Would we anticipate one? I don't have an opinion on that because I think agricultural use depends on a lot of different factors, including market forces.
If you have an opinion on this, if the DCP is not constructed, would you anticipate a reduction in water use for golf irrigation?
Same objection.
Noted.
And again, it would be the same, a similar answer. I believe golf course irrigation is going to be largely dependent on market forces.
Let's go back to your testimony. SWC 700. And let's go to page 2, paragraph 5. And this was the subject, I believe, of some discussion earlier today, but in the on lines 3 and 4 here, you indicate that state water project conveyance facilities do not extend into the Coachella Valley, and that the district is unable to take direct delivery of its state water project water, correct?
That is correct.
And for that reason, your testimony indicates after this that that the district has entered into exchange agreements with Metropolitan Water District, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware of whether Metropolitan Water District has made a final decision on whether or not to approve the Delta Conveyance project?
I am not aware if they've made a decision.
Assuming they have not, if Metropolitan Water District ultimately decides not to approve the Delta Conveyance project, are you aware of any other way that Coachella Valley Water District would have of getting state water project deliveries utilizing the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, lacks foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
You try the question again, Mr. Moore. Mostly, you can even just repeat it. I just want to make sure I'm following it.
In a scenario where Metropolitan Water District ends up not approving the Delta Conveyance project, are you aware of any other way that Coachella Valley Water District would have of accessing state water project water supply?
Same objection, lacks foundation. There's no evidence that there's not enough Metropolitan Water, Colorado River Exchange water to effectuate any amount of change. It's an incomplete hypothetical.
So I'm trying to follow along too, Mr. Moore. I think I have the same question, which I think is the relevance of MWD's participation in DCP to the viability of these exchanges.
Mr. Wallace, in preparing your testimony, have you analyzed whether the benefits that you attribute to the Delta Conveyance project would work the same way if Metropolitan Water District did not go forward with the project?
And is the question to Dr. Chang or Mr. I'm confused. You said Mr. Wallace again.
I am so sorry. I'm really I'm bad on names, as you can tell. Mr. Chang, again, my apologies.
So Mr. Moore, I think you were asking, has Coachella evaluated what we would do what we would do with the Delta Conveyance project decision should Metropolitan decide not to go forward on their participation?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Have we evaluated that?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to evaluation. We're skipping all over from, are we talking about how the water would be delivered? Have you evaluated how the water would be delivered? Is that the question?
I think that's fair, Mr. Moore, but can you ground the question? Is this about paragraph 5 of Mr. Chang's testimony, or because you could also be talking about economics or finances or anything along those lines?
I'll try to break it down. Mr. Chang, if Metropolitan Water District ends up not approving the Delta Conveyance project, how, if at all, would you expect Coachella Valley Water District to utilize or to receive water from the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
I'll overrule it to the extent you can answer, Mr. Chang, please. Or is it Dr. Chang? I'm sorry, we went back and forth. Should it be Dr. Chang? Happy to refer by your proper title.
I'm happy to answer to either one. I have
Okay. Dr.
whatever's there for, for the pleasure of the panel. Have we considered it? Yes, to the degree that, we are separate entities, and, the complexities of the exchange agreement are just that. We would have to obviously have to have some, additional discussions with Metropolitan on what that scenario might look like.
Has Coachella Valley Water District completed its own economic analysis of the costs and benefits of the Delta Conveyance Project?
Have we completed our own independent analysis?
Yes.
No, we have not done a independent analysis.
Thank you. I believe I am done now with this witness. Thank you very much for your time, and I will now move on to Ms. Pryor. And
Mr. Moore, if you don't mind, I think I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Would that work for you?
That's fine, and we are nearing the end of my segment, but I think it's a good idea to take a break.
Well, let me first, I'll just, hopefully Ms. Desjardins is listening. I don't think she is in our virtual room, so I will also, maybe this break is a good time if Ms. Desjardins is not listening, if there are others who have contact and could notify her that she is, I believe, up next if she has questions for this panel. That would be helpful too. So with that, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at 3:18. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And we have Dr. Chang, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Krieger, and Ms. Pryor, and I think I'm just looking for Mr. Moore. Welcome back, Mr. Moore. I see you are off mute and likely working on camera.
I am working on the camera. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
I have repeatedly gotten a message here saying unable to start video because it was disabled by the host.
Interesting. Let's see if we can fix that on our end. There we go.
Great. My remaining questions are for Ms. Pryor, and I would like to pull up her testimony, SWC 200. And I'd like to begin on page 4. And can we scroll down to paragraph 10? Ms. Pryor, in paragraph 10, I believe it's lines 25 to 27, there's this sentence: we continue exploring other water supply reliability projects, including the sites reservoir and a local storage project. Do you see that in here?
Yes.
Are you exploring any other water supply projects besides those two?
We are also at an early conceptual phase on potable reuse, and previously we'd looked at a regional desal project, but there is no activity on that project right now.
Have you evaluated which projects Zone 7 would pursue if the DCP is not constructed?
At this point, we are evaluating several projects. We are evaluating how they work in combination with each other in different combinations. At this time, our analysis shows that a portfolio that meets water supply reliability would include at least 3 projects. Without DCP, we at this point be looking at most likely a 2-project portfolio, and that would not meet our water supply reliability needs.
And what you just described, is it documented anywhere in your testimony?
Just this statement about continue exploring other water supply reliability projects.
Okay, so the analysis that you referred to isn't, say, in a written report that you've provided somewhere.
It is in a written report. It is not in this testimony.
And if someone were looking for it, where might they find it?
On our website.
Are any of the other projects that you're looking at that you might pursue if the DCP is not constructed water transfers?
We currently do water transfers, and we look to water transfers to make up water supply reliability needs until permanent projects come online. We do not explore those as a permanent option.
Let's go to, for all of the water supply projects that you've indicated Zone 7 is now exploring, have you produced any, has Zone 7 produced any reports or other analysis yet documenting how they would impact water rates?
Yes.
And where might we find those?
I'll amend my answer a bit. We've not looked at water rates in particular. We looked at a cost per household, and that was done in our 2022 water supply evaluation.
Let's go to paragraph 14 on page 5 of your testimony. And there's a statement in lines 20 to 21. Agriculture within the agency is completely dependent on deliveries through the SWP. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the sentence after that, 21, lines 21 and 22 indicates that local groundwater can't be used due to boron content, correct?
Yes.
Has Zone 7 conducted any analysis of the cost to remove the boron?
No.
And are you aware of anywhere where where Zone 7 has analyzed the relative costs of boron removal and receiving water from the DCP?
We have not.
On page 5 of the testimony, you also indicate that the groundwater basin has PFAS contamination, correct?
Yes.
And this is something that you're indicating might induce Zone 7 to rely on state water project supplies, correct?
Yes.
Has Zone 7 taken any actions to determine which entities are responsible for the PFAS contamination?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and also relevance.
I'll allow the question with the caveat regarding legal opinion. Please, Ms. Pryor.
Zone 7 did a very high level report looking at, possible or potential sources of PFAS contamination, and at that high level did not find any significant point source. After that, we are relying on the Regional Water Quality Control Board to do PFAS investigations.
Can I assume from what you just said that Zone 7 then hasn't taken any action to require other entities to pay for the PFAS treatment?
I would probably need some legal advice here to talk about any potential PFAS litigation or settlements with 3M, DuPont, Tyco, and others.
To be clear,
That would
I'm not referring to potential action. I'm asking if Zone 7 has taken any action at this point. So I take it you're not aware of any.
So
I
by
am
action,
saying,
public
oh,
action as opposed to action not within closed session or something like that?
we have not taken public action.
Apologies for the silence here. A lot of what I was going to cover, my colleagues for other protestants have already covered. So I'm trying to get only to the essential parts. Let's go to the next page, page 6 of the testimony, and paragraph 16. And your testimony indicates in lines 9 to 10 that the DCP provides dual conveyance across the Delta for SWP operations. Why are you using the term dual conveyance?
Conveyance, through the Delta as we know it today is one mode of conveyance. Conveyance through a tunnel would be a second mode of conveyance.
The sentence from 10 to 11 indicates DWR has modeled seismic scenarios in which exports from the current Delta conveyance facilities are unusable for several months. There's been some discussion of this in prior cross-sects, I know, and I'll try not to repeat, but I just want to make sure that I understand. The seismic scenario, for the seismic scenarios, you're relying on DWR's modeling, correct?
Yes,
So am I correct in understanding that Zone 7 did not do its own independent modeling to draw the conclusions in this paragraph?
correct.
Okay. In preparing your testimony, did you review the EIR for the Delta Conveyance Project?
No,
Are you aware of whether DWR's EIR for the Delta Conveyance Project analyzed non-conveyance alternatives?
I do not know the answer to that. I don't know.
In preparing your testimony, did you review any estimates of the cost of the Delta Conveyance Project?
We have estimates of the cost of the Delta Conveyance Project for Zone 7.
And are those estimates from DWR or are they your own independent estimates?
It is based on information we've received from DWR.
Are you familiar with the economic concept of opportunity cost?
Yes.
If Zone 7 and other water contractors did not have to spend money on the Delta Conveyance project, wouldn't that leave more funds available to invest in seismic resilience in other ways?
Calls for
Speculation.
I think that's fair, Mr. Moore. I mean, you've made your point.
So please repeat the question.
Well, I think, why don't you try your next question, Mr. Moore?
Did Zone 7 conduct any analysis that you're aware of whether other approaches to seismic resilience may be more cost effective than the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
You referred in your testimony, and we were just talking about the dual conveyance system. Is your understanding of that dual conveyance system that it would still rely on the California aqueduct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to how it would lie.
Can you clarify, Mr. Moore?
Okay, what I'm getting at is this the conclusions in paragraph 16 relate to seismic risks, and I'm wondering, Ms. Pryor, if you're aware of any concerns raised by state water contractors this year about the seismic condition of the California aqueduct.
The objection relevance to this witness's testimony is that's not the method of delivery as the testimony states.
Overruled. I think the question, that might be right with respect to this testimony, but the question is still allowable. So go ahead, Ms. Pryor, if you know.
I'm unaware.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. With that, I believe our last potential cross-examiner is Ms. Desjardins, although I do not see her in the room. Does anyone have a status update with respect to Ms. Desjardins? Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. When you mentioned her name earlier this afternoon, I did send her a text and I heard back that she is unable to conduct cross-examination today. I am assuming due to health reasons, and I apologize for the inconvenience. I only just received that information.
No, understood. And thank you, Ms. Meserve, for your communication. I appreciate that. And I hope Ms. Desjardins is soon in a better condition. With that, I believe we have completed cross-examination of this panel. I'm thinking whether I have any questions since we have a little bit of time. Let me look for a moment. Excuse me. I did have one question, and I don't want to belabor this, but it's for Dr. Chang. If we can go back, if you would, Ms. Mullen, to Dr. Chang's testimony, which is SWC 700 on page 5. And I don't want, we had this back and forth with Mr. Reese, and I don't want to belabor this, but I am trying to see if you can help me understand, because I'm sure you meant something when you wrote this statement. I'm trying to understand still this tension between what appears to be a tension to me, and maybe you can explain it. In the point labeled number 1, the DCP will help mitigate variability in SWP supplies to CVWD at the same time as CVWD continues to reduce reliance on Delta water supplies. And I'm trying to understand how those two things both can be true. And I'm wondering if this is open-ended, but can you help explain that to me? If you are, how you can have how you can mitigate variability in SWP supplies and at the same time reduce reliance on Delta water supplies?
Right, hearing commission, hearing officer Kinsey. And perhaps, this was not written as clearly as we had intended. So certainly, I think the variability in the water supplies is probably understandable. I think with climate change, again, there's been a lot of talks about the precipitation coming more in the form of rain, and how you are able to kind of capture that in a in a better fashion. On the reduced reliance on Delta water supplies, we I think CVWD looks at the strict interpretation of reduced reliance, and I think I made a comment earlier that our understanding is there's two aspects to the Delta Reform Act. I think one is the absolute reduction in the volume of water that you're taking from the Delta. I think a second way is to reduce the percentage of the Delta supply as part of your portfolio. And this is, so we're looking at it, going, and this is kind of benchmarked against some period of time in terms of, and which seems to be kind of an important baseline question that we get to. And as we're kind of working through this, I think that what that baseline is, I think is still a matter of interpretation. We're working through state water contractors and Metropolitan to give us a better sense of clarity on what that is. But I think it's safe to say that even with the Delta Conveyance project, the water supply on going through the Delta will be less than what we're getting now, or against some baseline. So I don't know if that narrative helps. Or
that really helps, actually. That that helps me out a lot. So thank you. Let me ask a follow-up, and again, I'm really just trying to drill down and understand this and the possibilities I'm thinking about these portfolios of water supplies. Would you agree, and please tell me if you don't, that reliance or reducing reliance and the concepts surrounding that may also depend on the degree of reliance or the percentage of water supply particularly in critical years, that may be of particular significance, is where does your water come from in critically dry years, and that is part of this concept of reliance on a particular source?
I'm sorry. Okay, so your question is during critically dry years, would we necessarily increase our dependence on the Delta?
No, and I wasn't trying to be that. I was not
Okay.
directing anything at all, but let me see if I can do a better job of articulating this idea that may or may not apply here. What I'm thinking about is that you may, in a particular water supply portfolio, let's just have a hypothetical. You may have certain supplies that are more stable and you come to them every year. And in that sense, these are a important element of the water supply portfolio because they are relied upon every year, as opposed to certain supplies that you may look to in wet conditions, right? That you draw on in wet conditions and then store for later use. Does those different types of supplies, does that play into the way you understand reliance, or is that just a separate concept? You wouldn't say you weren't talking about that here.
Sorry, in regards to the question that you're asking, are you asking just in general from a water supply portfolio? Are you asking from the sort of legal terminology out of the Delta Reform Act about reduced reliance?
I'm not asking about the Delta, and thank you, Ms. Morris, for your question, because I really am trying to ask these very real questions. I'm asking generally about a water supply portfolio. I'm not referencing the Delta Reform Act and its use of the term reducing reliance, but
Right. So Officer Kenzie, I think the way that we kind of look at it is, okay, what baseline are you kind of indexing against? And I know there's an attempt to try to simplify with a canned one sentence response. But as you know, and even you yourself have articulated that this is a very difficult issue to kind of tackle. So, when we kind of look at it, my question would be, we are not ever going to be going above our contracted for amount, with DWR. And then another time frame that we're looking at is, our current time period. It's got a certain reliability associated with that. And then going into the future, either 2045 or 2070, as have been kind of referenced. I think it's safe to say that, going in the future as compared to today, we're expecting to get no more supply than we are, getting today. And what we're trying to do is kind of shore up what that might look like, going in the future. So when you say, decreased or, looking at reduced reliance, we're looking at it from the standpoint of there's going to be, decreased supply in terms of our overall portfolio, of that water coming in, from the Delta. That's sort of my layman's interpretation of it.
thank you, Dr. Chang. I appreciate this discussion. It's very helpful. What I'd like to do, which maybe is, and I'd like to turn to Mr. Wallace's testimony because I think he has a useful definition of reliance. And Mr. Wallace, you're welcome to join in the conversation. I also wanted to ask Dr. Chang if you would agree with this. So if we can turn to SWC 300, and we'll start with page 2 at the very bottom. All right, and I'm looking at this last full sentence here about the DCP has been developed to restore and protect DWR's ability to deliver SWP water supplies, which have been steadily declining. That's setting our stage here. And then if you can scroll down just a little bit, Ms. Mullen, so we can see the rest of the paragraph. Perfect. Mr. Wallace, you go on to say the agency expects the DCP will help stabilize long-term average water deliveries under the agency's SWP contract by allowing the SWP to take advantage of high flow events for use in dry years. And then you go on to say the added reliability of SWP deliveries. But would you, I'll look first to Mr. Wallace. Would you say that this is a definition of the way you're using the term reliability that you have here in this sentence that overlaps from page 2 to 3, that starts with the agency expects that the stabilization of long-term average water deliveries is, and is an increase in reliability?
I mean, I think that is a way to look at reliability, is to, stop the declining reliability.
Is that how you meant reliability here in this last sentence of the paragraph?
I think the added reliability is, yes, the reduction in the decline.
Thank you. And then turning back to Dr. Chang and we can bring up your testimony if it's helpful, but in paragraph 12 of your testimony, you state, "It is my understanding that DCP is intended to restore and protect the reliability of the SWP water deliveries, etc." When you use the term reliability in that sentence, is it in this way of stabilizing long-term average water deliveries? Is that a fair way to describe it?
I think certainly that is a good way of describing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that exploration. Those are all the questions that I have for the witnesses. So I think now I will turn back to you, Mr. Krieger, and we can take 5 minutes if you would like it. But do you have redirect for these witnesses?
I have 2 questions for Ms. Pryor with respect to redirect. And so rather than take 5 minutes, I think I can ask them now.
Great, let's do that, please.
Okay. Ms. Pryor, does Zone 7 hold the water rights for the State Water Project?
No.
So do I understand correctly then that Zone 7 does not report on use of the State Water Project rights to the State Water Resources Control Board?
To the best of my knowledge, we do not.
Thank you. Those are my only questions, Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Thank you. That was very brief. I believe with that, we have completed the testimony from these witnesses. I wanted to thank each of you for joining us and spending a long day with us today. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your thoughtful responses today. I appreciate it and you are excused. With that, we're at 3:52. I believe the next time we meet will be September 2nd, so we have a little bit of time. Before we return on September 2nd, we would hear from Dr. Paulson and go from there. I also expect that we will have some update from all of you on proposed order of witnesses going forward now that we have a little better sense of where we are, at least for the foreseeable future. What I intend to do in the meantime is to circulate some additional hearing dates as a hold and solicit any absolute conflicts for you to respond if there are any absolute conflicts. And I think those dates would carry us through the end of October. That's what I am looking at. I also wanted to let you know for site visit planning purposes, I am unavailable October 24th, so please don't plan a site visit for October 24th. That is a Friday. So that will be, and we will update the AHO calendar to reflect that as a no date. I realize we also need to update those. And then when you're looking again at site visits, we hold board meeting days as a no, and in general board workshop days as a no as well, because board members often do want to watch the hearing in real time and participate in that way. So I have been asked and I am honoring the request to avoid those days as hearing days. So I wanted to put that out to all of you as well. Before we close for the day, are there any other procedural matters that we should address? Like I said, I'll put out these proposed additional hearing days and solicit a response. You know, I'll give you a couple days to respond back to us if you have any absolute conflicts that cannot be changed. My intent is to put the September 23rd as a possibility. Please do let me know. I recognize that Rosh Hashanah does overlap. Please let me know if there's a concern in that regard or a conflict or any other unwaivable conflict. And I will consider that in scheduling. Is there anything else we should address before we adjourn for the day? All right, thank you. With that, we are adjourned and I will see you on September 2nd.